Chapter 155. Many people hadn't finished their third round yet, but Yi Chen's fourth round had already begun. The white silhouette was at the early clasping Yuan realm. His strong Zhen Qi vibration could be sensed from a long distance away, and the air started to ripple like water. Come on! Yi Chen had killed Hong Qianjun and fought against Yuan Hingying, so he was not afraid of this silhouette at all. He held the hidden cloud sword in his right hand and prepared to launch his sword intent. Swish! The white light figure suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in the sky above Yi Chen. It slashed down from the sky, and the majestic sword pressure was like a mountain, like a long river piercing through the void, heading straight for Yi Chen. The attack was unexpectedly fierce. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. He raised his sword to block the attack. Crack! The floor under Yi Chen's feet was dented, and dark cracks spread out like a spider web. Dominate the world! With his tongue against his teeth, Yi Chen let out a shout, clenched his left hand into a fist, and threw out a punch. The silhouette didn't even think about it, and threw out a punch. Boom! Yi Chen's feet sank half a foot into the ground, while the silhouette was blown away by the power of Yi Chen's punch, and a slight crack appeared on its left arm. Just as I thought, this silhouette's defense is not as good as mine. Jumping out of the pit, Yi Chen released a thick stream of sword qi, chasing after the silhouette, intending to kill it with a single sword strike. The silhouette was at the early clasping Yuan realm. It twisted its body in the air, narrowly dodged the sword qi, and then launched a thick stream of white sword qi towards Yi Chen in a weird posture. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and the white sword qi seemed to be even more powerful than Yi Chen. Swirling clouds. From the late condensing reality realm to the peak of the late condensing reality realm, Yi Chen's Zhen Qi had been greatly improved. Now, it was much easier for him to perform the shocking cloud sword art, and he didn't feel any sluggishness like he did when he was fighting against Hong Qianjun. The sword qi that contained sword intent rose straight up, twisting the air and forming a huge tornado. It smashed the white sword qi with a single strike and then swept towards the white figure with a rumbling sound. Sharp sword qi kept shooting out from it, sparkling and resplendent. Kacha, kacha, kacha. There was a mysterious power in the sealed space that was repairing the marks left by the previous battle. However, its speed of repair was not as fast as Yi Chen's destruction. Hundreds of sword marks instantly appeared on the ground and the walls. Each sword mark revealed a sharp aura. The white silhouette waved his sword wildly, forming a sword screen in front of him, blocking the tornado and the sword qi. His body was pushed back step by step. Bang! With his back against the wall, the white figure had nowhere to retreat. The white light on his body flashed rapidly as he slashed out with his sword. Roar! As soon as the white sword qi appeared, dragon's roars sounded out, and the astonishing sword qi suppressed the air, bringing with it an indestructible concept that slashed apart the rampaging tornado. Still not dead, mountain condensed sword qi. No one knew when Yi Chen had appeared above the remnants of the tornado. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he slashed down with his sword. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the white figure raised his sword to block the sword qi, but he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move. Moments later, the sword qi broke the opponent's treasured sword, and the white figure turned into white light. Buzz! As soon as Yi Chen's feet landed on the ground, a magical vibration power acted on his body. Under this vibration power, Yi Chen only felt that his bones and muscles were itching, and his Zhen Qi was circulating faster than before. In addition, because of the boiling of his qi and blood, Yi Chen's face had also turned red. What a magical vibration power! It can actually improve my body and speed up the Zhen Qi circulation. In the previous 3 rounds of tests, Yi Chen already knew that the vibration power could shake out the impurities in the body, which could increase the speed of training and refining Zhen Qi, but it could not directly increase one's cultivation. However, compared with the current vibration power, it was obvious which one was better. When the vibration power disappeared, Yi Chen looked inside his body and found that the Zhen Qi swirl in his dantian was gradually moving closer to the center and gradually became round. Now, I have almost stepped into the clasping yuan realm. I only need to wait for the right time. The shape of the Zhen Qi inside one's dantian would change according to one's cultivation level. In the mortal Qi realm, the Zhen Qi would be in the shape of a cyclone, but in the condensing reality realm, the Zhen Qi would be transformed into Zhen Qi, and the quantity and quality of the Zhen Qi would be greatly increased, which would transform into a Zhen Qi swirl. In the clasping yuan realm, the Zhen Qi swirl would gather together and form a perfect sphere. Puff! With a single punch, Yi Chen's power had improved once again. Now, even if he had to fight against Yuan Hengying, he had 50% confidence that he could defeat him or even kill him. At this moment, most of the people had just finished the third round. The number of people who had been eliminated kept rising. 5 people were eliminated in the first round, 15 in the second round, and over 240 people were eliminated in the third round. All of them had been sent out of the heavenly dream battle palace and returned to the scorching ancient desert. Hans Han, the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder, glanced around and found Luo Hans Han in the crowd. Luo Hans Han gave a bitter smile and said, "Sorry, I failed to step into the clasping yuan realm." Patting on Luo Hans Han's shoulder, the head elder grinned and said, "Don't worry with your talent. It won't take you too long to step into the clasping yuan realm. You don't have to rush." Luo Hans Han nodded and said, "It's not that I haven't made any progress. The heavenly dream battle palace is filled with rich yuan qi, and during the test, the vibrating power also affected my body. The Zhen Qi swirl inside my body has already gone through the third round of the test, and it seems to be shrinking. If I go back and cultivate for a while, I might be able to make a breakthrough." "That's great. Oh, right. Where are the others? Are they in danger?" The head elder looked nervous. Every single one of Yi Chen, and the other 3 were the future pillars of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Losing any one of them would be a great loss, especially Yi Chen. Geniuses who had mastered the half-step sword intent were not as common as cabbages. They were extremely rare. If they lost Yi Chen this time, no one knew how many years they would have to wait for the next time. Luo Hans Han glanced at the direction of the Purple Sun Martial School, then sent his Zhen Qi to the head elder, and said, "Head elder, Brother Yi has mastered the true sword intent, and he has also killed the Thunder Hand, Ouyang Lai, and the Little Godly Kick, Ouyang Ming. These 2 had been trying to kill us, but in the end, they were killed by Brother Yi." It's true. The head elder's voice was a bit high-pitched. Fortunately, he had used his Zhen Qi to send the message. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself. Luo Hans Han smiled and said, "How could I say something without thinking? It's absolutely true." "Great. Yi Chen has actually mastered the sword intent. He is indeed a peerless genius of our Sky Cloud Martial School. It seems like even the gods want our Sky Cloud Martial School to prosper." The head elder grinned from ear to ear. If Yi Chen, who had mastered the half-step sword intent, was like an unpolished jade, then Yi Chen, who had mastered the sword intent, was like a peerless jade, which didn't need to be polished anymore. Luo Hans Han continued, "Zhu Mei and Sister Su Jing are both doing well. They haven't come out yet. Perhaps they are currently in the 4th round of the test and have a great chance to break into the clasping yuan realm." Luo Hans Han didn't use his Zhen Qi to send this message, but the 4th elder and the other inner elders all heard it. The 4th elder laughed out loud and said, "Compared to our generation, You are so much more outstanding. In just a few years, we will have to give up our positions. Hee hee, it's better for us to give up our positions. Nowadays, the world belongs to young people. You're right. Back then, when we were fighting against the Nine Evil cult, our Sky Cloud Martial School suffered a great loss. Our generation hasn't even grown up yet, but we have already become inner elders. You are much more outstanding than us. You can still take up this position. Compared to the other institutions, the Sky Cloud Martial School's side was filled with laughter. In the Purple Sun Martial School's direction, the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School had a gloomy look on his face. He said to an inner elder who was standing next to him, "I wonder how Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming are doing. As for the others, they are most likely dead." Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming are very powerful. It's not very likely that they are dead. The others are not as powerful, so they are more likely to be dead. The head elder looked at Luo Hanshan. A killing intent flashed across his eyes. It seems that they haven't finished the task I gave them. Luo Hanshan came out alive. Don't worry about Luo Hanshan. He hasn't reached the clasping Yuan realm yet. If you want to worry, you should worry about that kid named Yi Chen. Once he reaches the clasping Yuan realm, he will be as powerful as a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He will be a great threat to our Purple Sun Martial School in the future. We can't let him live. No matter what, we have to wait for Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming to come out first. All of a sudden, a raging growl came from the Multiple Mountain Martial School. The growl was mixed with Shenqi. It even raised the sand within a radius of tens of zhang into the air. What did you say? The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder glared at the Multiple Mountain Martial School's disciple who had just walked out. The disciple was frightened by the head elder's fierce aura. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Head elder, I didn't see our eldest brother Hong Qianjun in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, but I think he should be fine. He is an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and all the other hidden dragon-ranked martial artists were there. Except for them, who else could kill our eldest brother?" The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder yelled out. "Then where did he go?" "The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace will close in a quarter of an hour." I don't know either. If something bad happens to Hong Qianjun, our Multiple Mountain Martial School will definitely investigate this thoroughly, find out who is behind this. If I find out, I will kill his whole family. Luo Hanshan's pupils shrunk. He hurriedly took back his sight. Hong Qianjun was killed by Yi Chen. He and Zhu Mei and Su Jing had witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment, he couldn't afford to leave even the slightest trace. Otherwise, if the Multiple Mountain Martial School's people noticed it, it would bring an endless disaster to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The head elder sensed that Luo Hanshan's facial expression had changed. He hurriedly sent his Jinqi to Luo Hanshan. "Hanshan, what's wrong? What's wrong? Tell me honestly. I'm your uncle. Don't you trust me?" Hesitating for a while, Luo Hanshan decided to tell the truth. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, he trusted his father Luo Xinglia and the head elder the most. Both of them were his closest relatives. "Head elder, Hong Qianjun is already dead, and the one who killed him is Yi Chen. But this whole thing was started by Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming from the Purple Sun Martial School. If we didn't kill Hong Qianjun back then, Hong Qianjun would definitely kill us. Ouyang Lai, Ouyang Ming instigated Hong Qianjun to kill you. He must have promised him some benefits, right? I thought it was something serious. He killed Hong Qianjun. If you didn't kill him, he would kill you. This is simple, but except for your father and me, don't tell anyone else about this. Although our Sky Cloud Martial School is not a coward, we still don't want to start a war with the Multiple Mountain Martial School. I know. Chapter 156. The First second, and third rounds had eliminated over 260 people in total. There were still around 30 people left. Among these 30 people, 8 of them were already early clasping Yuan realm warriors. It would be very hard for them to make a breakthrough, but they could still reach the peak level early clasping Yuan realm. The remaining 20 or so people might not be able to reach the clasping Yuan realm for sure. After all, everyone had different situations. For example, among the people who had been eliminated in the first 3 rounds, 6 of them had made it to the clasping Yuan realm and did not even have the chance to take the 4th round. The 9th sealed room in the north, the blade light danced like snowflakes, fluttering in the air like a dream. Amidst the blade light, 2 pure white silhouettes clashed with each other from time to time, creating thousands of sparks. Although these 2 silhouettes were both white, one of them was slightly transparent, which was obviously a structure of energy. The other person's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was out of this world. One didn't need to look at him with their eyes to feel the gentleness of the spring breeze. After pushing back his opponent with a single blade attack, the white-robed young man finally relaxed his eyebrows. He had finally reached the clasping Yuan realm after being stuck at the peak of the late condensing reality realm for 2 years. Raising his head, the young man revealed a handsome and gentle face. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize him as the head disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, young Master North Snow. The 3rd sealed room in the north, the head disciple of the South Rudra Martial School, Lotus Fairy Qin Yulian, had been promoted. The 18th sealed room in the south, Zhu Mei was eliminated. The 14th sealed room in the south, Shen Qi Vibration, which only belonged to early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, burst out from Su Jing's body. With a single punch, she shattered the head of the white silhouette, letting out a heavy breath. Su Jing slightly closed her eyes and murmured to herself, "Finally, I can practice that body-strengthening technique. I wonder if it is as powerful as the ancient scrolls said." Once Su Jing made the breakthrough, a total of 3 clasping Yuan realm martial institutions in the Windy Nation had reached the level of clasping Yuan realm. They were the head disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Qin Yulian from the Rudra Martial School, and the core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Su Jing. As for young Master Duanmu, Blade Yu Yu, Rain Hero Nangongyan, Yuan Shuamei, Lu Wuxiang, and Ji Shuayan, they had all been eliminated in the first 3 rounds, just like Luo Hanshan. Right now, only Lynch and Yi Chun hadn't made any moves among the disciples of the Windy Nation. Scorching ancient desert. Outside the door of light, young Master North Snow, Qin Yulian, and Su Jing were teleported out one after another. "Junior sister Su Jing, you've broken through." Both Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei hadn't made any breakthroughs. Although they were a bit disappointed, they soon stopped worrying about it. As a martial artist, the most important thing was to be persistent. A temporary loss wasn't a big deal, but a lifetime's worth of gains and losses was the most important. Perhaps, even if they didn't make any breakthroughs today, they would still be able to make great progress in the future. Of course, this trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region was full of dangers, and the 4 of them had gone through all kinds of hardships to get into the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. If none of them had made any breakthroughs, that would be too unreasonable. Seeing Su Jing right now, the powerful sense of power released from her body told them the answer. Su Jing nodded and said, "The 6th round is not something that an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist can pass. I lost within 10 attacks." In the 4th round, she had already reached the early clasping Yuan realm. In the 5th round, the white silhouette had made some adjustments according to her cultivation, but she was still able to handle it. She had to exchange over 100 attacks before she could pass. However, in the 6th round, The white silhouette's power had reached the peak level mid-clasping Yuan realm. Each of its attacks had the power to shake mountains. Ha! It's great that you have reached the early clasping Yuan realm. As for whether you can pass the 6th round or not, it doesn't matter. The head elder hadn't been this happy for a long time. First, Yi Chen had attained the sword intent and killed the 2 top-ranked disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School. Then, Su Jing had stepped into the clasping Yuan realm and become a powerful young martial artist who was as powerful as young Master Emerald. All of these were great news for the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, the Sky Cloud Martial School needed to hold a big banquet and invite all the powerful martial artists from all over the Windy Nation. The elders of the North Snow Martial Academy and the South Rudra Martial School were also very happy. Finally, one of their disciples had reached the clasping Yuan realm, especially for the North Snow Martial Academy. Apart from young Master North Snow, they also had the North Snow Fast Blade, Lynch, who had yet to come out. Therefore, there was a 90% chance that he would become a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. You've all come out. Only Lynch and Yi Chen are still in there. I wonder how they are doing now. Luo Han said. Su Jing said, I think Yi Chen will definitely succeed. Indeed, there's a great chance. The head elder and the 4th elder both nodded. In the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, in the 21st sealed room in the north, no one had ever imagined that Lynch would be able to last until now. It seemed that everyone had underestimated his power, because in the 4th round, the white silhouette had already reached the early clasping Yuan realm, and in the 5th round, it was even more powerful. It was only 1 step away from the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Of course, this was only for ordinary martial artists. If the white silhouette had been replaced by Hong Qianjun, Lynch would have been defeated long ago. After all, Hong Qianjun was able to fight against ordinary mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. The battle had already started long ago. The only reason why Lynch was able to stay undefeated was because of his amazing willpower. Right now, the blade aura released from his body was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like it was going to transform. Die! Each blade was faster than the previous one. The only thought in Lynch's mind right now was to be faster, 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 faster than his original limit, and reach a higher level. Crack! The white silhouette, who had been steadily suppressing Lynch, suddenly stopped moving. Its right arm, which was holding the great blade, was sent flying into the air. In the next moment, its body was cut into dozens of pieces and turned into white light. Buzz. The Zhenqi swirl in Lynch's dantian vibrated at an extremely high speed and eventually shrank into a spherical shape while the Zhenqi swirled inwards. I made a breakthrough. I didn't expect to comprehend the blade intent first, and then make a breakthrough in cultivation. If he hadn't comprehended the blade intent just now, no matter how fast his blade was, he would have failed. However, he succeeded and became an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Moreover, he had also comprehended the blade intent, which was the dream of all saber artists. After the leader of the village, Shui Warren, he was the 2nd person in the Windy Nation who had comprehended the blade intent. The 6th round of the test. Lynch gasped because he had made a breakthrough in cultivation. The white silhouette had adjusted its power according to his own. It had reached the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, which was even more terrifying than Su Jing, Qin Yulian, and young Master North Snow's 6th round of the test. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to challenge someone with a higher cultivation. Lynch had just stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, which meant that he was at the bottom of the clasping Yuan realm, while the white silhouette was at the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. The gap between them was not just 1 level, but 1.5 levels. Even if Lynch had comprehended the blade intent, he would not be able to defeat it. In the entire South Shore region, there were less than 5 young martial artists who could challenge someone with a higher cultivation than them. For example, the top 3 young martial artists in the Hidden Dragon rank, although they were only at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, they were as powerful as the leaders of the top 5 martial artists in the Windy Nation. However, in terms of talent, they were much more powerful than Lynch. As for Lynch's blade intent, it was not strange at all. Many of the top 30 young martial artists in the Hidden Dragon rank had comprehended the blade intent and the sword intent, not to mention the top 3 young martial artists in the South Shore region. The white silhouette had only launched 1 attack, but Lynch had been forced back for 10 steps. For the second attack, Lynch had barely dodged. For the third attack, blood gushed out from the corner of Lynch's mouth. For the 6th attack, Lynch was defeated and was sent out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Since then, Yi Chun was the only one among the young martial artists in the Windy Nation. Lynch is out on the scorching ancient desert. All the elders of the top 5 martial institutions of the Windy Nation looked over, staring at Lynch, who had just been sent out of the Light Gate. Lynch walked to the North Snow Martial Academy with a bland look. The other 4 martial institutions had all gained something, so their facial expressions were still normal. Only the group of people from the Purple Sun Martial Academy looked gloomy. Their eyes were filled with blood streaks, as if they wanted to kill someone. Head Elder Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming might be able to hold on till now, it's hard to say. An inner elder of the Purple Sun Martial Academy couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore, and said something that even he himself didn't believe. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial Academy snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk anymore. Although his subconscious didn't want to admit that Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were already dead, his mind told him that it was hopeless. When we go back this time, secretly arrange some people to kill the top disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. I want their happy event to turn into a funeral. Of course, we can't let the Sky Cloud Martial School grow any further. In the 5th sealed space, in the west of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, Yuan Heng-ing smashed the head of the white silhouette with a palm attack, then laughed out loud. His face was filled with pride, arrogance, and arrogance. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace can't possibly let me break into the mid-clasping Yuan realm from the early clasping Yuan realm all of a sudden, but reaching the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm has also largely improved my fighting power. Disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, wait for me to kill you. Now I can crush you to death with only 1 hand, especially that little bastard who has mastered the sword intent. I want you to die miserably. Yuan Heng-ing seemed to have imagined himself killing Yi Chun. He laughed out loud again. Zhen Qi surged out from his body, and that great and fierce Zhen Qi made him look like a devil. In the 16th sealed room in the east, Zhuang Fei slapped on the back of the white silhouette. The extremely condensed power of his palm instantly shattered the silhouette, without even a little bit of power leaking out. The Windy Nation will be mine in the future. After killing the white silhouette, Zhuang Fei released an aura that was not any weaker than Yuan Heng-ying's. Apparently, he had reached the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm. No one had ever thought that he would be able to reach the next level. After all, he was only ranked 68th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking, and was one of the weakest ones among the 9 nations. Yi Chun didn't know about the other people's changes, and he didn't have the time to think about it. This time, the white silhouette was quite powerful among the mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists, which was only slightly weaker than the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. However, this was already his limit. He was only able to fight until now because of his increasingly powerful sword intent. When Yi Chun had just entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, his sword intent was still in a relatively young stage. After the fight against Hong Qianjun, his sword intent had started to grow and was still in the early stage. Now, after 5 rounds of tests, his sword intent had grown again and was only 1 step away from reaching the entry level. The entry-level sword intent was terrifying. It was much more powerful than the sword intent at the early stage. In comparison, the current Yi Chen would only need a few moves to defeat himself, who had just entered the Heavenly Dream ancient region. 1,000 moves. After a whole 1,000 moves, Yi Chen chopped off the white silhouette's head with 1 sword strike. At that moment, he only felt dizzy and dizzy. But of course, no matter how tired he was, it was all worth it. The Zhen Qi swirl in his dantian had finally become a perfect Zhen Qi swirl. At this moment, Yi Chen had officially reached the clasping yuan realm. Chapter 157, 100 Sword Attack. Intending to test the power of an early clasping yuan realm martial art, Yi Chen's body shook, and he activated the pure Jun Zhen Qi, a top-rank mortal realm martial art. Shwa, 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 shwa. Countless condensed qi swords floated around Yi Chen's body. There were exactly 100 of them, and all of them flew in the same direction. That shocking sword aura was extremely horrifying, as if it could pierce through the surreal space and kill people with its aura. Go! As Yi Chen waved his hand, those qi swords turned into beams of white light, shooting at the wall in front of him as fast as lightning. The iron-like wall slightly shook, and powder began to fall down. The whole wall had been shattered by those qi swords. 100 qi swords. Each one of them could kill a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist. Even a peak-level early clasping yuan realm martial artist would be turned into a beehive. If the pure Jun Zhen Qi was a low-rank earth realm martial art, its power would be doubled. While estimating the power of those qi swords, Yi Chen was secretly shocked. Without using any other skills, he could easily kill a peak-level early clasping yuan realm martial artist with only the pure Jun Zhen Qi, which was indeed beyond his expectation. Of course, he also knew that the power of those qi swords was based on normal martial artists, and those genius martial artists would not be killed so easily. He still had to use his sword intent and the sky cloud sword art. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen murmured to himself, "With my current power, I should be able to beat a peak-level mid-clasping yuan realm martial artist, but I wonder how I would fare against a late-clasping yuan realm martial artist." The higher the level of a martial artist, the bigger the gap would be. Before reaching the clasping yuan realm, one might be able to beat a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him, but after reaching the clasping yuan realm, the possibility of beating a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him was very low. Even though Yi Chen's sword intent was almost at the entry level, and his soul power was unparalleled, he would still be limited. However, it was just a guess. He might be able to beat a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him. The 6th test. Whoosh! A white silhouette appeared under the colorful crystal ball. The white silhouette only stood there, but its Zhen Qi was already like a tsunami. The air around it was suddenly compressed into a beautiful arc, late clasping yuan realm. Yi Chen's face looked extremely serious. The pressure that the white light shadow gave him was the same as that of the 4th elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Just the aura alone could create a terrifying pressure that made people unable to resist. Qi. The white silhouette swung its sword. Before the sword Qi arrived, the wall behind Yi Chen caved in and some powder fell down. To be able to create such terrifying lethality with just sword pressure, it's indeed troublesome. Yi Chen hurriedly held his sword horizontally to block the incoming attack. He couldn't help but think of the middle-aged man in black from the Ghost Corpse Mountain, who had tried to kill them before. That man had thrown out a palm attack, and the horrifying palm pressure had turned dozens of men in black into piles of blood. It was exactly the same as this sword pressure. Both were powers that only late clasping Yuan realm martial artists could have. Clang! The white sword chi slashed onto the hidden cloud sword. Yi Chen seemed to hear the mournful cry of the hidden cloud sword. It was a sign that the sword was about to be destroyed. The sword chi unleashed by the opponent was unimaginably powerful. If it wasn't a low-ranked great sword, it would be impossible for it to withstand the pressure. Break! Yi Chen let out a great roar. He pushed his pure Junjin chi to its limit and poured all of it into the hidden cloud sword. In the next moment, the white sword chi was shattered. Faint cracks appeared on the surface of the hidden cloud sword and spread out. Hold on for a while. Let me show you the last of your power. The hidden cloud sword was damaged. Yi Chen didn't feel good about it. Although this sword hadn't been with him for a long time, it had accompanied him to fight until now. It had killed one enemy after another, and it had even killed Hong Qianjun, who was ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking. It could be said that it had made great achievements. Yi Chen firmly stabilized the hidden cloud sword with his Jun Qi, and for the first time, he launched the shocking cloud sword art. Swirling clouds. The sharp sword Qi rose straight up, twisting the airflow and forming a huge tornado. This time, the tornado was even more solid and was emitting a faint light. It looked like a pillar in the sky, rolling towards the white silhouette. From time to time, the sword chi would shoot out. Clang! 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 The white silhouette calmly waved its sword to block the sword chi. Although it didn't seem to move fast, every sword strike landed on the weakest part of the sword chi. One after another, the sword chi was shattered, and the tornado was right in front of the silhouette. Abruptly, the white silhouette's body flashed, and unexpectedly, it raised its sword to block the tornado. Puff! The white silhouette passed through the tornado, and the tornado behind it suddenly disappeared, turning into a violent airflow that spread out in all directions. Shocking clouds. Yi Chen had never used the last movement of the shocking cloud sword art. It was not because he couldn't, but because it consumed too much Shinchi. When he was at the late condensing reality realm, he couldn't use it at all. Now that he had reached the early clasping Yuan realm, he could finally use this movement. Yi Chen's body floated in the air like a cloud, and then he waved his sword down. It was so light that it seemed like he was just brushing away the clouds. Crack! A thunderous sound rang out, and the sword chi shot out. There was no way to dodge this sword attack. The white silhouette didn't have any human emotions. It raised its sword to block the attack mechanically. With a cracking sound, the white sword in its hand was broken, and a deep sword mark appeared on its chest. However, it wasn't completely killed, and was only seriously injured. In fact, the white silhouette was at a disadvantage. The white sword in its hand was made of energy, and it wasn't very hard. In other words, Yi Chen didn't win with this movement, but with his sword. As his feet landed on the ground, Yi Chen let out a bitter laugh. He then lowered his head and looked at the hidden cloud sword. The hidden cloud sword, which had lost the stability of its Jun Qi, had shattered inch by inch. It turned into thousands of pieces and fell to the ground, making a clear and melodious sound. I lost. Without the hidden cloud sword, Yi Chen was no match for the white silhouette, although the white silhouette had also lost its sword. Yi Chen was preparing to fight with the white silhouette with his bare hands. It wouldn't matter even if he was eliminated. However, the sudden turn of events made him confused. The white silhouette automatically jumped into the crystal ball. It didn't turn into a white light and enter the crystal ball. Rumble! The sealed room started shaking, and 4 doors appeared in the room. 3 of them were connected to a dark and deep tunnel, and the last one was a light door. Recalling what the head elder had told him, Yi Chen's knitted eyebrows loosened. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace was extremely mysterious. Every test was different, but as long as one could pass all the tests, 3 treasures would be unlocked. These 3 treasures could be treasures, secret manuals, or other extremely precious things. However, if one wanted to get those treasures, he or she would have to fight for them with his or her own efforts. If he or she couldn't get those treasures, that would be his or her own problem. It seems that no one has passed all the tests in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace for over 100 years. I didn't expect that I would break the record this time. Is there anyone else? It was not easy to pass all the tests. Later on, the white silhouette would adjust its power according to the individual's condition. For example, in the 6th round, Lynch's opponent was a peak-level mid-clasping yuan realm martial artist, while Yi Chen's opponent was a late-level clasping yuan realm martial artist. The two of them were only half a stage apart, but their power was completely different. Normally, even 2 peak-level mid-clasping yuan realm martial artists might not be able to defeat a late-level clasping yuan realm martial artist. However, Yi Chen had a premonition that he was not the only one who had passed all the tests. All those hidden dragon ranked martial artists were not ordinary people, especially the 3 ranked in the top 60. They were 1 Bloodless Blade, Emo Wuxue, the top-ranked disciple of the formless martial school, Shui Hen, and Killer Eagle Yuan Henging. The young Master Devil, Lung Wuqing, was not someone to be underestimated. If he could reach the clasping yuan realm, his power would be absolutely terrifying. After all, he was practicing the Earth Devil Body refining art, which made it extremely hard for him to improve his power, but once he did, his power would increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Chen waved his hand, and the low-ranked Great Spear, which was placed in the corner of the room, flew into his hand. He felt a bit helpless. The low-ranked Great Spear was much more precious than the hidden cloud sword. However, he was a sword user, and only with a great sword in his hand could he activate his sword intent to the extreme. Without a great sword, his power would be greatly reduced, and even a low-ranked great weapon wouldn't be able to make up for it. I have to get a low-ranked great sword in the future. After making up his mind, Yi Chen looked at the 4 doors. If he guessed correctly, the other 3 doors were the entrances to the treasures, while the light door was the portal to the exit of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen walked towards the door on the left. As for the light door, he didn't even think about it. Since he had already come in, how could he leave empty-handed? Not long after Yi Chen walked into the passage, the other places started to change one after another. Just like the rumors said, if I pass all the tests, I will have the chance to get 3 treasures. These 3 treasures are mine now. Putting the blood-red thin blade back into the sheath, Emo Wuxue let out an evil smile and stepped into the left passage. In another room, Yuan Henging licked his lips. The 6th round was indeed out of his expectation, and he almost failed. Luckily, at the crucial moment, he still had a secret ace up his sleeve, which was why he was not eliminated. However, this ace could only be used once, so he did not dare to use it too many times. Thinking of the 3 treasures, Yuan Henging couldn't wait any longer. No matter who it was, whoever stood in his way would have to die. Not only Emo Wuxue and Yuan Henging had passed all the tests, Lung Wuqing was also one of them. He had already stepped into the clasping yuan realm, which meant that his fighting power had increased by 2 times. Now, his body was as hard as a rank 5 martial zombie, which meant that he could take an attack from an early clasping yuan realm martial artist without losing his life. The last one who passed all the tests was not the top-ranked disciple of the formless martial school, Shui Hen, but the top-ranked disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Fei. He had been holding the position of the most powerful young martial artist in the Windy Nation and had never thought about giving it up. This time was no exception. The passages were connected to one room after another, which were complicated and hard to count. Sometimes there were even stairs leading to the upper or lower floors, which was quite confusing. Fortunately, there was a light door in each room which could teleport people out at any time. Otherwise, Yi-Chen would have to rely on the heavenly dream battle palace to teleport him out after he got the treasures, entering one room after another, then walking out, and so on. Buzz. After an unknown period of time, a wave of vibration came from below. This wave of vibration came so suddenly, as if it was alerting the people nearby that it was there. Is this the first treasure? Letting out a long breath, Yi-Chen turned around and walked towards the room behind him. There was a door in that room which led to the lower floor. Chapter 158. The vibrations grew clearer and clearer, and soon Yi-Chen arrived at a large room. The room looked like it was pieced together by dozens of ordinary rooms. It was 100 square meters and 130 meters tall. A thick pillar stood in the middle of the room. At the top of the pillar was a pure white ball of light. Inside the ball of light, a dark red secret manual floated quietly. A manual? Yi-Chen's mind flickered. He just needed an Earth realm martial art. He wondered what kind of manual this was. Taking a few steps forward, Yi-Chen sensed something and hurriedly dodged to the right. Puff! A 2-meter-long white light beam silently rose from under the floor. It moved at an incredible speed and let out a sharp swishing sound. If Yi-Chen didn't have such a sharp sense of perception, he might have been penetrated by the light beam and teleported out of the palace. Standing still, Yi-Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. He murmured to himself, "There's a trap on the floor. I better not fly over from the air." The heavenly dream battle palace is a mysterious place. How could it have such a big flaw? There must be a more dangerous trap in the air. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen took out a low-rank soul stone from his pocket and threw it into the air. Puff! A small hole appeared on the left side of the wall, from which a beam of light shot out and shattered the low-rank soul stone into pieces, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. With my protective Zhenqi, I won't be able to defend myself. Yi-Chen estimated the power of that beam of light, then shook his head. Flying over from the air was not an option. It would only lead to death. Therefore, he could only walk over from the ground. Raising his foot, Yi-Chen put it down again. A silhouette appeared on the other side of the door. It was the young master devil, Long Wuqing. Long Wuqing was slightly surprised to see Yi-Chen. He didn't think that Yi-Chen would be able to survive until now, which meant that Yi-Chen had also stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. "What I need is a martial art manual. What kind do you need?" Long Wuqing didn't move and asked. Yi-Chen said, "Cultivation technique." Nodding his head, Long Wuqing said, "That's easy. If it's a martial technique manual, it'll belong to me. If it's a cultivation technique manual, it'll belong to you. If it's neither, we'll have to rely on our own abilities. I'm sure you don't want to get into a meaningless fight." Long Wuqing was still quite afraid of Yi-Chen. An early clasping Yuan realm martial artist who had mastered the sword intent was definitely a tough nut to crack. He would rather face the other hidden dragon-ranked martial artists than face Yi-Chen directly. Of course, it was not that he was afraid of Yi-Chen. He just did not want to fight a tough and fruitless battle. "Sure, but I have to add one more condition. Now that the martial technique manual is in my hands, you cannot take it away for free. You have to exchange it for something of equal value, and vice versa." Yi-Chen agreed. He was not a battle maniac, and it was best to avoid unnecessary battles. Not to mention that he had lost the hidden cloud sword, so he could not use his full strength. All right. Long Wuqing did not believe that he would not be able to get the manual. What Yi-Chen said actually stimulated his competitive spirit. Pausing for a second, Yi Chen glanced around and said, "Let's get closer to the stone pillar. First, this place is not easy to deal with." Hearing this, Lung Wuqing stamped his foot heavily, and his chi spread out along the ground. Whoosh, 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 white light thorns emerged from the ground one after another, piercing through the air. After 2 blinks of an eye, the white light thorns disappeared. Although Lung Wuqing had memorized the location of the white light thorns, he was a prudent person, so he stamped his foot again and spread out even more chi. The next moment, half of the room was filled with white light thorns. The tips of the light thorns were as cold as the stars in the sky, making one's scalp numb. Lung Wuqing slightly frowned and said, "The light thorns appear in different places every time, and it is disadvantageous to both sides in a fight. Then I hope the manual is either a martial technique or a martial technique." Yi Chen smiled faintly. He did not agree with Lung Wuqing's words. In a fight, as long as he used his chi to lock his position, he would not have to worry about his opponent triggering the mechanism by vibrating the ground. The two carefully walked towards the stone pillar in the middle of the room. Swoosh! Light thorns shot out from time to time. While the two dodged, they did not dare to use up all of their chi. Neither of them could be sure if there was a mechanism at the place where they landed. If there was a mechanism, they could quickly dodge it, and if there was no mechanism, they could gather a whole breath of chi again. As for whether there was a mechanism at every place they landed, it was unlikely to happen. If it did, it would mean that they were extremely unlucky today with their cultivation. Although a breath of Jin Qi could last longer than normal early clasping Yuan realm warriors, it could only last 7 times. After 7 times, if there was still a mechanism at the place where they landed, they would definitely be eliminated. Fortunately, this had not happened yet. The most dangerous situation was that there would only be 4 traps in a row. Soon, the two approached the stone pillar at the same time. "Come down." Almost at the same time, the two reached out their hands towards the light ball on the stone pillar, trying to pull it down. The light ball did not move at all. At this moment, Yi Chen's hands, which were filled with Jin Qi, stuck on the stone pillar and quickly flew up. Along the way, he changed his hands rhythmically, making sure that one of his hands was always touching the stone pillar. Lung Wuqing thought for a while. He believed that Yi Chen did not do this for no reason. There might be danger in the air, so he should not act rashly. Lung Wuqing followed suit. His hands, which were filled with Jin Qi, also stuck on the stone pillar, chasing after Yi Chen. He was as agile as a monkey. The stone pillar was only 220 meters tall. Within 2 blinks of an eye, Yi Chen had already reached the top. With his left hand and feet stuck on the stone pillar, Yi Chen's right hand formed a claw, trying to tear the light ball apart. Pop! The surface of the light ball had a strong elasticity, which almost sent Yi Chen flying. Good! The iron spear landed in his hand. Yi Chen gave a low growl and pierced the light ball with the spear. Clang! The tip of the spear was blocked by a hand, which made a metal clashing sound. "Let's see what we can do." Yi Chen laughed. Red flames rose on the iron spear, which shook off Lung Wuqing's hand. Then he took the opportunity to whip the light ball. The light ball stayed where it was, motionless. Its surface was dented, making a creaking sound. Earth Demon's body-breaking cut. Lung Wuqing did not fight with Yi Chen. He turned his hand into a knife and chopped at the other side of the light ball. Then, as if they had discussed it, the two of them attacked the light ball again and again. The light ball was dented and distorted. Just at the moment when the light ball collapsed, Yi Chen's body shook. Countless chi swords floated around his body, flying toward the light ball, and Lung Wuqing, covering the whole area. Lung Wuqing's eyes flashed with cold light. He raised his hands to protect his face. After a series of metal explosions, Long Wuching was unharmed. Those chi swords could not even break his skin. When he put down his hands, he found that the light ball had been broken and the dark red secret book fell into Yi Chen's hands. Humph! Although Long Wuching was angry, he did not want to fight. It was too inconvenient to fight from above. Yi Chen's body went down and landed on the ground. Glancing at Long Wuching, Yi Chen opened the dark red secret book and looked at it. After a while, Long Wuching, who was standing 20 steps away, asked, "What kind of secret book is it?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "You are lucky. It is a palm secret book, and it is very powerful. It has reached the middle rank of Earth Realm. To be honest, even I am a bit tempted." Long Wuching's face darkened. "But we had a deal. Are you going back on your word?" Yi Chen shook his head. "What do you want to trade for it?" Without hesitation, Long Wuching untied the heavy bag on his back and threw it to Yi Chen. He said, "There are 7 low-rank Earth Realm secret books, 65 top-rank Human Realm secret books, a low-rank dagger, a low-rank light armor, a low-rank short knife, 3 red light fireballs, and 5 herbs. Each of them is worth no less than 50,000 gold. They are all yours." Taking the bag, Yi Chen was surprised. "Don't you want to look at the secret books? They might not be suitable for you." Long Wuching said, "As long as they are martial arts, they are suitable for me. There is no need to look at them." He opened the bag. Just like Long Wuching said, there were quite a lot of things inside. If he was not mistaken, only a small part of these things were obtained by Long Wuching himself. Most of them should be from disciples from other martial institutions. However, he did not care about the origin of these things. The value of the things inside the bag was astonishing. The 7 low-rank Earth Realm secret books were worth more than 21,000 low-rank soul stones. The 65 top-rank Human Realm secret books were worth 3,250 low-rank soul stones. A low-rank dagger was worth no less than 5,000 low-rank soul stones. A low-rank light armor was even more valuable, probably worth more than 20,000 low-rank soul stones. The low-rank short knife was worth no less than 8,000 low-rank soul stones. The 3 red light fireballs were even more powerful weapons. They were powerful enough to kill a normal early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. If a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist was caught off guard, he would also be blown to death. Each of them was worth no less than 2 million gold, which was 5,000 low-rank soul stones. 3 red light fireballs were worth 15,000 low-rank soul stones. As for the 3 herbs, they were the least valuable, but they were still worth 200,000 gold, which was equivalent to 500 low-rank soul stones. The total value was about 73,000 low-rank soul stones. Yi Chen did not intend to give away the secret books. Although there are a lot of things, they are not as valuable as the mid-rank Earth Realm secret books. If I give them to the sect, I can get 3,000 mid-rank soul stones, which is 150,000 low-rank soul stones. You should know the importance of the low-rank Earth Realm secret books. It is enough to become the most important martial art of a rank 9 martial institution. Long Wuching was stunned for a moment. What Yi Chen said was right. Mid-rank Earth Realm secret books were not cabbages. An ordinary rank 9 sect would be lucky to have 1, and a rank 8 sect would at most have 3. For example, although their barbarian devil sect was a rank 7 sect, they only had 5 or 6 mid-rank Earth Realm secret books. Moreover, he had already seen most of them. 2 of them were cultivation techniques, such as his Earth Devil Body refining technique. One of them was a supplementary cultivation technique, while the other 2 were movement techniques and leg techniques. None of them were suitable for him. Otherwise, he would not have valued this secret book so much. Yi Chen continued, If I give you this secret book, not only will you not suffer a loss, but you will also earn a lot. The higher-ups of the barbarian devil sect will definitely reward you with a large amount of low-rank soul stones or mid-rank soul stones. On the other hand, I will suffer a huge loss. Not only will I lose a secret book, I will also lose 77,000 low-rank soul stones. Don't you think so? Then what do you suggest? Lung Wuqing asked. That's easy. I will read the contents of this secret book to you. You can memorize it and cultivate it when you go back. As for the real book, leave it with me. After hesitating for a moment, Lung Wuqing agreed. Chapter 159. As a genius, his memory was extremely amazing. There were more than 8,000 words in this palm technique manual, and Lung Wuqing had memorized them all by heart. As for the Zhan Qi circulation diagram, it was easy to draw it on a piece of cloth, which was not much different from the original manual. How about we join hands? I think there are more than 2 of us in the heavenly dream battle palace. Putting away the manual, Yi Chen suddenly suggested. Lung Wuqing responded, This manual is more than enough. I don't want to fight for anything else. Yi Chen smiled faintly. This Lung Wuqing was interesting. Although he was from an evil martial school, he was not as cruel and greedy as those evil martial artists. However, not all evil martial artists had the same personality. Some of them looked gentle on the outside, but were vicious on the inside. Some of them looked vicious on the outside, but had their own principles. This Lung Wuqing should be one of those people who looked cold on the outside, but had principles on the inside. As for whether he was as heartless as his name suggested, no one knew. As Yi Chen stepped into the light door, Lung Wuqing said again, Not to mention, I don't have anything else to exchange for treasures. Ripples appeared on the light door, and Lung Wuqing disappeared in it. Maybe you will be the one who got the treasures this time. Yi Chen smiled bitterly and murmured to himself. After looking around and making sure that there was nothing else, Yi Chen carefully walked out of the room and came to the corridor outside. The corridor was connected to many rooms. It was even more labyrinthine than a maze, as if there was no end to it. Let's just walk around. Yi Chen couldn't think of anything, so he had to try his luck. Corridor after corridor, room after room, upper floor, lower floor. Within 2 hours, he had walked more than 100 kilometers. Towards the end, he was completely dizzy, unable to see where he was going. In another spacious room, there was a pool in the middle of the room. The pool was less than 10 zhang in radius, and there was a stone platform in the middle of the pool. On the stone platform, there was a pure white light ball. Inside the light ball, there was a saber with ancient patterns. The saber was still in its scabbard, but people could already feel that it was extraordinary. Is this saber prepared for me? On the pool, Mo Wushue fell in love with this saber at first sight. His breath quickened. He turned his head and saw a man. It was the killer eagle Yuan Henging. Yuan Henging, what? Do you want to compete with me for the great blade? Mo Wushue's face was filled with an evil and murderous aura, as if he was ready to kill Yuan Henging at any moment. Yuan Henging carefully went through the trap. He stepped on the pool and said, Mo Wushue, this treasure doesn't belong to anyone. How can you say it's yours? Mo Wushue sneered. It seems like you not only want the blade, but also want to challenge my position. Very good. Today you will see blood. We don't know who's going to bleed yet. Do you really think that you can defeat me? Yuan Henging, would like to see if you have improved or not. The 2 of them were not too far apart in terms of ranking, and their strengths were almost the same. Yuan Henging had never been afraid of his opponent, not to mention the temptation of treasures. Who is Mo Wushue? He was as cruel and bloodthirsty as Yuan Henging. It was just that he didn't like killing as much as Yuan Henging. Therefore, Once Yuan Heng-ing said those words, Mo Wuxue had already decided to kill him. He unsheathed his great blade and released a blood-red beam of blade qi towards Yuan Heng-ing. Heavenly Eagle Art, die. Yuan Heng-ing was prepared for this. He shook his body, and a Zhen Qi eagle rose from his body, blocking the blood-red beam of blade qi with one of its wings. Bang, bang, bang. Both of them clashed against each other, causing streams of water to shoot up from the pool. When the water stream was broken, Mo Wushue's face looked grim. He threw out 8 strikes in a row. Blood rain. The blade qi tore the air apart and let out a horrifying roar. Looking over, the pool was filled with a blood-red light, and the blood-red beams of light intertwined with each other like a giant net. The beams of light were trying to cut Yuan Heng-ing into dozens of pieces. Yuan Heng-ing sneered and said, Mo Wuxue, if this is all you've got, you better give up the treasure. Otherwise, you won't just be bleeding today, I will make your head explode. After he finished talking, he let out a great shout towards the sky. Countless Zhen Qi eagles spread out. Their sharp claws crazily tore the blood-red beams of light, wave after wave. It's been about 3 months since I've tried to kill someone. I will let you know what it feels like to be killed by me, Mo Wuxue. Both of them were extremely powerful. One was a bloodthirsty killer. The other was cold-blooded. The number of warriors who had died in their hands was more than 10,000. They had killed countless people, and the murderous aura released from their bodies could even scare ordinary warriors to death. At this moment, the two of them were fighting against each other. The pool was filled with horrible murderous aura, which created illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Blood beheading. While the battle was getting more and more intense, Mo Wuxue suddenly made his move. He held the blade in his right hand and swung it down with all of his power. The pool suddenly caved in, and an invisible wave of blood-red qi enveloped Yuan Heng-ing. It then quickly transformed into an executioner's blade and swung down heavily. Crack! The Zhen Qi eagles outside of Yuan Heng-ing's body were shattered, and Yuan Heng-ing's life was hanging by a thread. Mo Wuxue, I will let you have a taste of my most powerful attack, Demon Eagle World. Yuan Heng-ing's eyes were wide open. A dark cyan-colored Zhen Qi shot up into the sky and transformed into a pair of gigantic eagle claws. Once this pair of Zhen Qi eagle claws appeared, it gave people a sense of ancient evil, as if they were the claws of a devil. Boom! The executioner's blade was crushed into pieces, and the gigantic eagle claws were also destroyed. The horrifying shockwaves stacked on top of each other and spread out in all directions, shattering the pure white light ball. Yuan Heng-ing, I will spare your life this time, but the next time I see you, I will make sure that you will die a horrible death. The white light ball was shattered, and the blade fell into Mo Wushue's hand. He quickly stepped on the ground and avoided the traps, but he still had the time to talk. However, his voice was obviously filled with killing intent. Yuan Heng-ing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was no weaker than Mo Wuxue, and now that his treasure had been stolen, he felt so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Mo Wuxue, after I kill that little bastard, I will definitely kill you. Seeing that Mo Wuxue had already walked to the light door, Yuan Heng-ing said, I will wait for you. Mo Wuxue didn't even need to guess. He knew that Yuan Heng-ing and him were not the only 2 people in the heavenly dream battle palace. There must be other people. If he wasn't mistaken, one of the 3 treasures might have already fallen into someone else's hands. Adding the blade in his hand, that would be 2 treasures. Although the last one was also tempting to him, Yuan Heng-ing had failed this time, which made him hate Yuan Heng-ing's guts. Yuan Heng-ing might use a move that would harm both of them, so Yuan Heng-ing had to be careful. Therefore, he directly left the heavenly dream battle palace through the light door. He had already gotten one treasure anyway. He might not be able to get the second one even if he stayed. Once Mo Wushua left, Yuan Heng didn't have the time to be angry anymore. He rushed to the other places. He had to get one of the 3 treasures. Another half an hour passed. Yi Chun was a bit tired, not physically, but mentally. These endless rooms and tunnels were exactly the same, which could easily give people the wrong impression and make them feel annoyed and unable to control their emotions. It was all thanks to his sword intent that he was able to stay calm all the time. The sword intent was invulnerable. Apart from being able to kill external devils, it could also kill internal devils and distracting thoughts. This was also the reason why all sword artists respected the sword intent so much. Not knowing how much time had passed, Yi Chen's walking posture froze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Far away from him, a faint vibration came over. Although it was very slight, Yi Chun, who had a sharp sense of perception, still managed to sense it. The second treasure. Quickening his steps, Yi Chen's clothes fluttered in the air. He turned left and right, and soon he disappeared. After a while, Yi Chen arrived in front of a room that was exactly the same as the previous one. Without any hesitation, he raised his foot and stepped into the room. The room was empty, but a huge platform was floating in the air. This platform didn't have any support. It was supported by a mysterious power, which made it as stable as a mountain. There was a meter-tall square platform on the platform, on top of which was a pure white light sphere. Inside the white light sphere, a dark golden book was floating in the middle. Another secret manual. Yi Chen was excited. While he was looking for treasures, he had been thinking about many things because he was bored. Although the heavenly dream battle palace seemed to have a lot of treasures, not every one of them was suitable for them. If this was the case, wouldn't the rewards be useless? Therefore, the 3 treasures that were opened in the heavenly dream battle palace might be suitable for each of them, or all of them. For example, the palm skill book was suitable for lung wuching, but Yi Chen didn't know what kind of book the third one was. It might be suitable for lung wuching, or maybe for himself. Maybe it really is a martial skill book. The traps in this room were pure white earth fire. The earth fire spurted out, and its attacking range was even greater than the white light thorns, covering a radius of a few meters. Fortunately, the number of traps in this room was much less than the previous one, which meant that people would always have space to dodge. Soon, Yi Chen arrived under the floating platform. He threw a low-rank spirit stone into the air. No traps were activated. It seemed that the area under the platform was a safe zone. After figuring this out, Yi Chen wasn't afraid anymore. He leapt into the air, put his palms, which were filled with Shin Qi, on the bottom of the platform, and quickly moved to the edge of the platform, flipped his body, and was about to jump onto the platform. Puff! At this moment, a huge green hand made of Zhen Qi pressed down towards Yi Chen's body. The power of this hand was extremely condensed. Before it even reached Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen felt that all of his muscles and bones had tightened, as if they couldn't bear the pressure, and were about to collapse. Yi Chen didn't panic. He put one of his hands on the platform and let his body hang in the air, while the other hand held the iron spear and swung it out. Boom! The huge hand made of Zhen Qi disappeared, and Yi Chen saw who it was. "Shuang Fei, it's you," said Yi Chen with a cold look. His opponent had launched a fatal attack as soon as he attacked. If it weren't for Yi Chen's powerful soul power, which allowed him to sense things that were way more powerful than other martial artists at the same level as him, and he had a faint premonition that this palm attack could kill him. Even if he didn't die, he would fall out of the platform's coverage and be burned into ashes by the earth fire. Yi Chen, this martial skill book is mine, said Zhuang Fei expressionlessly. Chapter 160. Give it to you? Just because you are the young Master Emerald? Since his opponent had already tried to kill him, Yi Chen would not show any mercy. A cold light flashed through Zhuang Fei's eyes. A couple of months ago, he did not take this guy seriously at all. But now that he had gained some power, he had become more and more arrogant. However, he was a bit surprised that his powerful palm attack did not hit him. Give me the manual, and I won't make things difficult for you, Zhuang Fei said indifferently as he secretly accumulated his true qi and prepared himself for a thunderous strike. You want the manual? Maybe you don't have it. Right then, Yi Chen had already landed on the platform. He shook his iron spear, and the tip of the spear, which contained the sword intent, easily broke the light ball open, and the manual was sucked into his hand. Seeing this, Zhuang Fei's killing intent was immediately revealed. Yi Chen did not care about him. He just stood on the platform. He opened the first page of the manual. The mysterious great art, a mid-rank Earth realm martial art, divided into 11 levels. The first 2 levels are the foundation, and the third level is the palace. After that, with each level up, your Zhen Qi will be condensed by 30%. Once you reach the 11th level, you will be able to condense a mouthful of Supreme Zhen Yuan, which can easily kill your enemies. Condense a mouthful of Supreme Zhen Yuan at the highest level? Reading this, Yi Chen was sure that the mysterious great art was the martial art that he needed, and it was even more powerful than he had expected. Now, not to mention the young Master Emerald, Zhuang Fei. Even if a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist came, he would still kill him. Zhen Yuan could only be cultivated by astral-reaching realm martial artists. Before reaching the astral-reaching realm, all the martial artists cultivated Zhen Qi. The two were only one word apart, but the power was completely different. If one could condense a mouthful of Zhen Yuan before reaching the astral-reaching realm, it would definitely be the ace of all ace attacks. No clasping Yuan realm martial artist would be able to block it, and would definitely be killed. Putting away the mysterious great art manual, Yi Chen was satisfied, and was about to leave. Since you don't want to give me the manual, don't blame me for being cruel. Dodging the gushing earth fire one by one, Zhuang Fei arrived at the bottom of the platform. In the blink of an eye, he flipped himself over and stood on the platform. Yi Chen stood in place without moving. The room was full of traps, and it was impossible for him to leave quickly. Instead of doing something useless, he might as well wait here. He wanted to see how the other party was going to make him stay. You used to be the most powerful young warrior of the Windy Nation, but you're definitely not anymore. Let me shatter your glory. Without a sword in his hand, Yi Chen did not mind at all. With his sword intent and iron spear that were almost at the entry level, he could use about 80% of his power at his peak, which was more than enough to defeat Zhuang Fei. As for the reason why Zhuang Fei was so confident, it was probably because he did not expect that Yi Chen could still improve his sword intent. You're courting death, Heavenly Emerald Palm. Zhuang Fei's body didn't move as he struck out with his palm. Soundlessly, the emerald green Zhen Qi hand shot out, aiming straight for Yi Chen's face. Break! Yi Chen sneered. Like a poisonous snake, the iron spear pierced into the weak spot of the Zhen Qi giant hand. Pop! The Zhen Qi giant hand disappeared into thin air. Another weak spot attack. Before, when his palm attack was broken, Zhuang Fei had already sensed something. Now, he was sure that Yi Chen had mastered a martial art that allowed him to discover weak spots. Now, let's see how you're going to break this. Green Shadow Light. Zhuang Fei yelled out while he threw out a series of attacks with both of his hands. Streams of emerald green Zhen Qi giant hands attacked towards Yi Chen like green shadows. Their trajectories were unpredictable, and they would automatically adjust themselves in the middle of the attack. No matter how powerful you are, I can still break it. Yi Chen used his spear as a sword. He shook the tip of the spear and launched the sky cloud sword art, which had the widest range of attack. The crimson spear light shot straight up, crazily twisting the airflow. Using the power of rotation, it formed a giant tornado. What was surprising was that this tornado contained fire origin energy, and its color was gradually dyed crimson, bringing with it a blazing heat as it swept out. Within a moment, those emerald green Zhen Qi giant hands were all broken, and the tornado, which had shrunk a little bit, was still roaring towards Zhuang Fei. While the two were fighting, the scorching ancient desert was not peaceful at all. After Lung Wuqing and Mo Wuxue were sent out of the desert, all the people from the top martial institutions started discussing with each other. As for the multiple mountain martial schools elders, their faces were all darkened. They were sure that it was almost impossible for Hong Qianjun to still be alive. Who killed Hong Qianjun? Is it a powerful hidden dragon ranked martial artist? No matter who killed Hong Qianjun, once we find out who it is, we will kill him without mercy. The multiple mountain martial schools elder didn't lower his voice on purpose. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by all the other martial institutions. I can't believe that Hong Qianjun, ranked 69th in the Hidden Dragon ranked, has fallen. He was an early clasping yuan realm martial artist. He was powerful enough to rival ordinary mid-clasping yuan realm martial artists. To be honest, I really want to know who killed him. I think it was 80% likely that it was a powerful hidden dragon ranked martial artist. Only they are powerful enough to kill him. The 3 ranked in the top 60 are the most likely suspects. Who are you? Mo Wuxue, Shuehen, and Yuan Henging. Indeed, think about it. Except for them, who else could kill Hong Qianjun? Even if the other hidden dragon-ranked martial artists were slightly more powerful, they might not be able to do it. On the Sky Cloud Martial School's side, Lu Hanshan let out a long breath and said, Mo Wuxue and Lung Wuqing have come out. Now only Brother Yi, Zhuang Fei, and Yuan Henging are left in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. What took them so long? Is it that hard to break into the clasping yuan realm? Zhu Mei and Su Jing were also confused. The head elder suddenly thought of something and said, did they pass all the tests and start to fight for the 3 treasures? Zhu Mei was shocked and said, passed all the tests? I remember that no one has done it for the past 100 years. Indeed, no one has done it for the past 100 years, but during the past 100 years, the current generation of young martial artists are the most talented ones. Therefore, it's not impossible for them to pass all the tests. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much time. They should have come out long ago. The 4th elder said. Lu Hanshan nodded and asked, passing all the tests is extremely difficult. The 3 treasures in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace must be very precious, right? The head elder said, of course it's precious. The most powerful martial art of our Sky Cloud Martial School is the great Rudra Divine Art, which was obtained by the 3rd generation leader of our Sky Cloud Martial School in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region over 100 years ago. No one except the leader or the leader's successor is qualified to learn it. The great Rudra Divine Art was obtained from the Heavenly Dream Ancient region. This was the first time for Lu Hanshan to hear about this. As for the power of the great Rudra Divine Art, he had already witnessed it. With the help of his Zhen Qi, the great Rudra Divine Art could evaporate a river without leaving a trace. A few Purple Sun Martial School elders kept glancing at the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing their strange expressions, they couldn't help but guess. That swordsman from the Sky Cloud Martial School hasn't come out yet. Did he die in there? I'm afraid it's not that simple. I've never heard that the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace would kill people on their own initiative. Therefore, he was either sent out or stayed in there. But he hasn't come out yet. The answer is obvious. What I'm most worried about is that he has passed all the tests. If he has passed all the tests, the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace will open 3 treasures. These 3 treasures are invaluable. If he gets them, he might harm our Purple Sun Martial School. After all, the treasures that come out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace are the best of the best. They are even more precious than the same level treasures in the outside world. If it's a treasure, that's fine. But if it's a mid-rank Earth realm martial art, it would definitely be a top-grade martial art of the Purple Sun Martial School, which is even more powerful than ordinary mid-rank Earth realm martial arts. The face of the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School turned darker and darker. This kid hasn't grown up yet, but he has already made us feel so uneasy. If we don't kill him, the Purple Sun Martial School will face a great disaster sooner or later. It seems that we have to send all the leaders of the hunting hall out to make sure that we can kill him with a single strike. Indeed, Zhu Liang is already too weak. I'm afraid that he can't rival that kid. Inside the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, Zhuang Fei was shocked. He didn't think that Yi Chun could still be so powerful after losing his sword. How is this possible? Is his sword intent really that powerful? Seeing the blood-red tornado roaring towards him along with beams of spear light, Zhuang Fei's intent of killing grew even stronger. He sensed a great threat from Yi Chun, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Break! Zhun Qi swooshed up into the air. A silhouette of a mountain shrouded Zhuang Fei up. He remained motionless like a mountain, while his palms let out streams of river-like streams of power. Those streams of power were incomparably powerful, and even the airflow above the platform was punctured and exploded. What kind of martial art is this? Mountain? Water? Could it be the great art of mountain and water? Yi Chun had heard from the head elder that the first leader of the Emerald Martial Palace had found a broken piece of the great art of mountain and water in the Mountain and Water Pavilion. The great art of mountain and water was a high-rank Earth realm martial art, and even though it was just a broken piece, it was still a mid-rank Earth realm martial art. Its power was not hard to imagine. It was definitely horrifying, even more powerful than the great Rudra magic art of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The crimson tornado was dispersed, and the torrential palm energy rushed forward with an indomitable will. Yi Chun laughed out loud. He didn't seem to care about it. Unstable cloud. Limitless cloud. Sword of impermanence. Sword of mist. Using the spear as a sword, Yi Chun didn't step back. Instead, he moved forward. While shaking the spear, he launched the sword movements of the shocking cloud sword art. Stimulated by his sword intent, countless spear lights were shot out. Not only did they cut open the torrential stream of palm power, they also hit on the silhouette of the mountain outside of Zhuang Fei's body. The silhouette of the mountain was shattered. Under the attack of Yi Chen's sword intent, Zhuang Fei's great art of mountain and water didn't work. After all, he had only reached the 8th level of the great art of mountain and water, which meant that he couldn't release the most powerful power of the great art of mountain and water. Moreover, before this, Yi Chun had broken Hong Qianjuan's great art of mountain and water, although it was extremely difficult for him to break it. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Zhuang Fei yelled out, "Yuan Henging, I know you're outside. Do you want to see us both get hurt?" Ha ha! Along with a creepy laughter, Yuan Henging showed up in the room and said, "Zhuang Fei, I don't think you're qualified to fight against this little bastard. I'm afraid you can't stop him either." Zhuang Fei boosted up his Zhun Qi and condensed the silhouette of the mountain again, temporarily stopping Yi Chun. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already found out that Yuan Henging was outside, but he pretended that he didn't know because he wanted to kill Zhuang Fei first. Yuan Hengying paused slightly. To be honest, he wasn't sure that he could stop Yi Chen. After he reached the clasping Yuan realm, Yi Chen's power was even more terrifying than his own. He was definitely a freak. However, the more powerful he was, the more he wanted to kill Yi Chen. He couldn't let him keep improving. What do you mean? You and I will fight together. Yuan Hengying tried to test Zhuang Fei. Zhuang Fei said coldly, "Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles." Chapter 161. What a good don't bother with trifles. But I really want to know, how should we divide the martial arts manuals? You and I will each take half, and we will keep the other half in our minds. What do you think? All right, it's a deal. Yuan Hengying's body kept flashing, avoiding the ground fire. Zhen Qi eagles shot out of his body one after another, flying towards Yi Chen, who was on the platform. Seeing this, Zhuang Fei knew that Yuan Hengying had agreed, so he did not dare to hesitate. He pushed the Zhen Qi in his meridians to its limit, making the silhouette of the mountain even more condensed and crystal-like. He then threw out streams of palm power that looked like rivers, which merged with the Zhen Qi eagles and attacked fiercely. Today, you too have to leave something behind before you leave. Yi Chen did not back out. Instead, a sharp qi shot up into the sky, like a great sword that was about to be pulled out of its sheath, and start a bloody massacre. Break. Driven by the powerful sword intent, the red flame on the iron spear suddenly extended out. It compressed and lengthened, eventually turning into a scorching red fire sword. The fire sword let out a long roar and heavily hacked on the weak spot between the Zhenqi eagles and the palm power. Swoosh! A cloth-tearing sound was heard. The red fire sword was so powerful that it broke the combined attack of Yuan Hengying and Zhuang Fei with only one sword attack. Yuan Hengying, who had just stood on the platform, suddenly changed his expression. Yi Chen was even more powerful than he had expected. Using a spear as a sword, he was still able to block the combined attack of the two of them. If he had a low-rank great sword, he would not even need to fight anymore. Fortunately, a spear was a spear. It could never become a sword. Zhuang Fei, you don't have to hide anymore. If we don't use our final trump card, it's absolutely impossible to kill him. Our lives might even be in danger. While speaking, Yuan Hengying slightly spread his feet, and a dark cyan-colored Zhen Qi burst out, forming a pair of gigantic eagle claws on both sides of his body. This pair of eagle claws was cyan with a hint of black, releasing an ancient evil power, which was extremely shocking. Flooding mountains. Hearing this, the shadow of the mountain outside of Zhuang Fei's body suddenly collapsed, turning into a torrential flood. The flood formed a spiral shape, surging around Zhuang Fei. Its momentum was astonishing, as if it would pounce out at any time and drown everything in its sight. It turned out that the mountain and water grade art could not only be used for both offense and defense, but it could also be turned into a full offense or a full defense. The full offense was the flooding the mountain, which could turn the power of the mountain into a torrent of water and attack the enemy. However, although the full offense was powerful, its defense was quite weak. It was not much more powerful than a normal early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and could easily be hit by unexpected attacks. As for the full defense, Zhuang Fei had not mastered it yet. He would need to reach the 9th level of the mountain and water grade art to be able to do it. Otherwise, his defense would not have been broken by Yi Chen with only one spear attack. Rumble! The two of them did not hold back in the slightest and immediately blasted out their strongest attacks. A gigantic eagle claw tore through the air, bringing with it a demonic aura as it grabbed towards Yi Chen. Then, a torrential palm energy surged forth, even more powerful than before. Bang, 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 bang. Bang! The iron spear held in Yi Chen's hand was 2 and 3 meters long. Added with the red flame sword, it was 4 meters long. As Yi Chen waved his arm, the red flame sword turned into countless afterimages, hacking on the gigantic eagle claw and the powerful palm energy, bringing up thousands of fire sparks. After a while, Yi Chen abruptly shook off the eagle claw with one spear attack. The red flame sword on the iron spear fell off and darted towards Zhuang Fei like a shooting star. Damn it! Zhuang Fei was enraged. This was the moment when his defense was at its weakest. Once he was hit, he would die for sure. Without any time to think, he hurriedly threw out 2 streams of powerful palm energy towards the flame sword. Pop! Pop! The palm energy was pierced through one after another, and the flame sword was shattered as well. It turned into a fierce wave of fire that swallowed Zhuang Fei, burning him. Yuan Heng seized the opportunity when Yi Chen was fighting against Zhuang Fei and was about to launch a fierce attack. Suddenly, an explosive power came from under his feet, which nearly sent him flying. Fortunately, he had already activated all of his Zhen Qi, which allowed him to stomp on the ground and extinguish the explosive power. That was close. Yuan Heng still had a lingering fear. Indeed, the explosive power couldn't hurt him, but it could push him off the platform. However, the platform was full of traps. If he was slightly careless, he would be burned by the ground fire or killed or teleported out of the heavenly dream battle palace. He didn't want to see either of these 2 things. Yi Chen also felt that it was a pity. The earth explosion that he had obtained from the Bloody Butcher was at a low level. It was a great help to him in the early stages, but now it could only barely help him and couldn't do anything to Yuan Heng, who was protected by an Earth Realm martial art. Puff! The flame was torn apart, and Zhuang Fei walked out from it. Except for looking a bit embarrassed. He didn't seem to be injured at all. However, by now, the 2 of them were more and more shocked. Yi Chen was unbelievably powerful. He was fighting against 2 people at the same time, but he still had the upper hand. If it weren't for the fact that both of them had their own special skills, it would be hard for them to hold on. However, it was almost impossible for them to defeat Yi Chen with this kind of power. At this moment, Yi Chen's feet didn't leave the ground, and he launched the last movement of the Shocking Cloud sword art. Supreme Shocking Cloud. Holding the iron spear in his right hand, Yi Chen swung it straight down, silently and lightly, without even a trace of smoke or flame, as if he was brushing away the clouds with his bare hands. Pa! Thunder boomed. This spear seemed to be light, yet it released an extremely terrifying power. It was like a thunderbolt striking down on a sunny day, which made people feel like they were fighting against each other. Zhuang Fei and Yuan Heng didn't even have the chance to dodge before they were hit by the red spear light. Their protective Zhen Qi was shattered instantly, and they both puked out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying towards the platform. The pure white earth flame burst out, and the 2 of them disappeared instantly. On the platform, Yi Chen shook his head. It turned out that this earth flame couldn't kill people. It could only send people out. However, it was not the right time to kill the 2 of them. The current Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't afford to take this responsibility. After all, the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School and the Emerald Martial Palace were both rank 7 martial institutions and were extremely powerful. Now that their top disciple had been killed, the leaders of the martial school would definitely not let it go. The light door in the cyan light opened again, and 2 human silhouettes flew out. Yuan Heng, Zhuang Fei, the elders of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, and the Emerald Martial Palace Martial School both yelled out. However, when they saw the wounds on the 2 of them and the large amount of blood coming out of their mouths and noses, they couldn't help but be stunned. Yuan Heng, what happened? Who hurt you? The head elder of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School asked with a gloomy face. Head elder, let's talk when we get back. Yuan Heng-ing didn't want to tell the truth in front of everyone. It would be too embarrassing. 2 hidden dragon rank martial artists had been beaten by a young martial artist to the point of vomiting blood and had almost died. No matter what, it was not a glorious thing, and it would greatly affect his reputation. On the other side, Zhuang Fei didn't want to talk about it either. On the Evil Blood Martial School's side, Mo Wuxue was shocked. Yuan Hengying's power was not weaker than his, and Zhuang Fei was also a hidden dragon rank martial artist. How could they be wounded so badly? Could it be that they had fought against each other, and both of them were badly wounded? This was the most reasonable explanation. I wonder who has the rest of the treasures. Mo Wuxue was a bit regretful. If he had known that there were only these 2 people, he might have tried to get the other 2 treasures, even if it was just one. The light door opened again, and another human silhouette flew out. Who? Who else is in there? All the young hidden dragon rank martial artists should have come out by now. Could it be that he is the real culprit who injured Yuan Henging and Zhuang Fei? All the elders from the top martial institutions started discussing, while the multiple mountain martial schools' elders popped their eyes out. They all hoped that it was Hong Qianjun who had gone missing. People from the Sky Cloud Martial School were clearly aware that the last person was definitely Yi Chun. As for Hong Qianjun, he had been killed by Yi Chun long ago, and there was no such person anymore. Shoo! The silhouette stood on the sand, wearing a moon-white long robe. The unique cloud pattern of the Sky Cloud Martial School was embroidered on the sleeves. A disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Except for a small number of people, the others were all confused. They had all kinds of guesses, but none of them had ever thought that it would be a nameless disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Before this, none of them had ever heard of this person. No, he was the last one to come out, which meant that he had passed all the tests, participated in the competition for the 3 treasures, and came out unscathed. In that case, was Yuan Henging and Zhuang Fei injured by this person? It shouldn't be possible. Some elders shook their heads. They didn't believe that the 2 young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists could be injured by this person, not even if they were beaten to death. A cold beam of light flashed across the multiple mountain martial school's head elder's eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Brother Yi, you're out. Lu Hanshan let out a sigh of relief. The competition for the 3 treasures was different than before. He didn't need to fight against the rest of the people. He was truly afraid that Yi Chun might have died in there. Yi Chun nodded, flashed across the air, and arrived at the Sky Cloud Martial School's area. The head elder glanced at Yi Chun, smiled, and said, "Are you all right?" Yi Chun glanced at Zhuang Fei and Yuan Henging and said, "I'm all right, I got out unscathed." "Good, that's good." "Oh, right. Did you hurt Zhuang Fei and Yuan Henging?" In fact, the head elder didn't really believe Yi Chen's words, but it was better for him to ask. Hesitating for a while, Yi Chen nodded again. "They were really hurt by you." The other Sky Cloud Martial School's inner elders gasped in shock. Luo Hanshan laughed and said, "Brother Yi, you've stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. Your power has improved tremendously. In a one-on-one fight, it wouldn't be surprising for you to injure Zhuang Fei and Yuan Henging, but it would be strange if you couldn't beat them." He thought that Yi Chun had beaten Zhuang Fei and Yuan Henging respectively. He didn't really believe it. He thought that the elders were making a fuss about nothing. The head elder was slightly surprised, but soon calmed himself down. He realized that Yi Chun had already attained the sword intent and had also stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. His power had definitely improved by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a big deal for him to beat the last hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. Without any accidents, Yi Chun would definitely have a place in the next hidden dragon rank competition in a year and a half, and no one would be able to stop him. Huh, kid, have you seen the top-ranked disciple of our multiple mountain martial school, Hong Qianjun? At this moment, a voice came from the multiple mountain martial school's head elder. Seeing that Yi Chun was the last one to come out, he immediately became suspicious. He felt that Yi Chun was the biggest suspect. He immediately walked towards Yi Chun step by step, while releasing a strong sense of power. Luo Hanshan's facial expression changed. Chapter 162. Yi Chun had activated his sword intent, so he wasn't affected by the pressure released from the multiple mountain martial school's power. He responded calmly, "I don't know him." "Nonsense. Our multiple mountain martial school's top-ranked disciple, Hong Qianjun, is a young hidden dragon-ranked martial artist. How could you not know him? Did you sneakily attack him and kill him?" "Head elder, no need to say more. Let's take him back to the multiple mountain martial school." "Indeed, I don't believe that he can still talk like this under the torture. Cripple this kid first." The multiple mountain martial school's elders were all filled with killing intent. Even if Yi Chun wasn't the murderer, they still wouldn't let him go. "Since when did you multiple mountain martial school have the right to bully our Sky Cloud martial school's disciples?" A strong sense of power rose from the air, along with which the Sky Cloud martial school's head elder slowly walked out. Although his pair of wrinkled eyes were slightly blurry, they were still as sharp as steel needles. Hearing the head elder, an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school said scornfully, "What is your Sky Cloud martial school's status? What is our multiple mountain martial school's status? Now, your Sky Cloud martial school's disciple is suspected of killing our top-ranked disciple, so we have to take him back. No one can stop us. I advise you'd better cooperate with us. Don't bring trouble to our Sky Cloud martial school, or you'll regret it." The Sky Cloud martial school's fourth elder and the head elder stood side by side, with their eyes popped out in anger. "What a joke! If you take Yi Chun away today, our Sky Cloud martial school's reputation would be ruined. Don't even think about it. Whoever dares to touch him, we'll kill him." The multiple mountain martial school's head elder snorted coldly while releasing a great sense of power, which even caused the desert surface to sink. Kill you as easy as killing a dog. Kid, come over." Swoosh. After saying that, he waved his hand and released a terrifying suction force. The sand around Yi Chun was sucked into the suction force, while Yi Chun felt weightless and couldn't control his own body anymore. Cut! A fiery red sword condensed on the iron spear and hacked at the air in front of Yi Chun, along with an unstoppable sword intent, cutting off the suction force. The multiple mountain martial school's head elder knitted his eyebrows, pulled his right hand back, and released the suction force again. This time, the suction force was twice as strong as before, and even the 10-meter deep sand was rolled up. "You're going too far. Freeze." The head elder of the Sky Cloud martial school was furious. He took a step forward and released his Yun Qi, locking onto the space where Yi Chun was. No matter how strong the suction force was, it was impossible for him to move. "You're courting death." A khaki-colored, gigantic palm made of Yun Qi suddenly darted out, smashing towards the Sky Cloud martial school's head elder. Wherever it passed by, the sand surface would be blasted out layer by layer, and huge, tens of meters thick and tens of meters tall sand pillars would rise into the air. The multiple mountain martial school's head elder was the first one to launch the attack. He had cast the same mountain-shattering stamp as Hong Qianjun had cast. However, in his hands, this mountain-collapsing seal was many times more powerful than Hong Qianjun's. With a single palm strike, it was powerful enough to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Purple light, cave, heaven. The great elder's clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. He slightly lowered his center of gravity and pointed out a finger that seemed slow but was actually fast. Puchi, the purple ray of light, condensed and pierced through the huge palm made of khaki-colored jinchi, making a sizzling sound. Look, the multiple mountain martial school and the sky cloud martial school are fighting. The multiple mountain martial school is so arrogant. They haven't even proved that it was the sky cloud martial school's disciple who killed Hong Qianjun. Yet they want to take him back. Clearly, they don't take the sky cloud martial school seriously. Exactly. They've already taken him back. Even if he doesn't die, he'll still have to be tortured to make a confession. The Multiple Mountain Martial School is a rank 7 martial institution from the White Mystery Nation, a mid-tier country. They are very powerful and have always been arrogant. The Sky Cloud Martial School can only blame their bad luck for offending them. I think the Sky Cloud Martial School is going to fail this time. A peerless genius emerged from a rank 9 martial institution. It's inevitable that people will be jealous of him. The Multiple Mountain Martial School might have the same thought. To be honest, even I am jealous of him. That move he launched just now, which cut off the suction force, clearly contained the sword intent. That's why he was able to pass all the tests of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace and compete for the 3 treasures. The other elders were either angry or scared, but most of them were jealous. Why didn't their martial institutions have a peerless genius who had comprehended the sword intent? Move. Kill. How dare you go against our Multiple Mountain Martial School? This time, the Multiple Mountain Martial School had sent 11 inner elders and tens of outer elders, all of whom were above the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Seeing the head elder and the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder, they couldn't hold back their killing intent and rushed out. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School, kill! The 4th elder roared out, while a raging flame rose from his body, scorching the sand and turning it into black crystals. 4th elder, take this spear. Yi Chen's blood was boiling inside his body, but his mind was still clear. No matter in terms of overall power or individual power, the Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder was more powerful than him. Fortunately, although the Sky Cloud Martial School was a rank 9 martial institution, it was as powerful as a rank 8 martial institution. Compared to the Multiple Mountain Martial School, which was a rank 7 martial institution, the Sky Cloud Martial School wouldn't be a pushover. Yi Chen knew that the 4th elder was a cultivator of fire Jinqi, and the low-ranked spear was perfect for him. Without thinking, he threw the spear towards the 4th elder. Low-ranked spear? The 4th elder caught the spear with one hand, and immediately sensed the great firepower contained in the spear. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. There were many treasures in this world, but unfortunately, there were even more martial artists. Not every clasping Yuan realm martial artist had a good treasure, and the 4th elder was one of them. Now that he had a low-ranked spear in his hand, he wouldn't even be afraid of peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Boom! The spear swung horizontally, releasing a scorching red flame that transformed into a sky-devouring wave of fire. It immediately pushed back the 2 Multiple Mountain Martial School's inner elders, who had been rushing towards him. 7th elder, 9th elder, the short blade, and the dagger are for you. The 7th elder and the 9th elder were experts in using blades and assassinations respectively. The low-ranked short blade and dagger, given by Lung Wuqing, were perfect for them. Therefore, Yi Chen gave them to the 2 elders one by one. 3 low-ranked treasures. You have to know that only a few of us elders have treasures. Only a few of us have found treasures that are suitable for us from the treasuries of our institutions. Those that are not suitable for us won't improve our powers at all. For example, if you ask a sword user to use a blade, even if it's a low-ranked great blade, it won't be as good as an ordinary greatsword. It's very hard to find a suitable treasure. Many people use them for their whole lives. All the onlookers popped up their eyes and gasped in shock. Last time in the Northwest Auction House, the reason why Lynch was able to buy the low-ranked Great Blade, the air-splitting blade, was that the elder who used blades didn't want to compete with them. After all, Lynch would definitely become the backbone of the North Snow Marshal Academy in the future. Therefore, the elder of the North Snow Marshal Academy had to show some respect to him. Although the other elders didn't have to show respect to Lynch, if they went to the auction house, the elder of the North Snow Marshal Academy would definitely go as well. If they bought the air-splitting blade, they would still give it to Lynch as a reward. Therefore, unless it was a big auction where all the treasures were gathered, the elders would rarely show up. Only in small auctions would the disciples from all the top institutions compete with each other. Good blade. Good dagger. The eyes of the 7th elder and the 9th elder shone, and they both showed a faint smile. In fact, Yi Chen still had a low-ranked great blade, but it was in his storage ring, which was still in the head elder's storage ring. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't disturb the head elder. In a battle between powerful martial artists, a slight carelessness could result in the defeat of the head elder. Without a doubt, it would be a huge blow to the head elder, who was the backbone of the group, in order to take out a low-ranked great blade. Yi Chen knew what he should do. The battle between the two institutions started. Nearly 100 mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists and above had been fighting against each other. It was a spectacular scene. However, only 1/3 of them had low-ranked great weapons, while the others were either barehanded or only had ordinary weapons. What they were fighting against was their mastery of martial arts. Little brat, die. All of a sudden, an elder of the multiple mountain martial school leapt towards Yi Chen and threw a kick towards him. Boom! The ground collapsed. Layer after layer of cracks appeared on the ground. Without a sword, Yi Chen madly activated the crane shadow steps and stepped back. He didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Where do you think you're going? This elder was the multiple mountain martial school's outer head elder. He was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, only one step away from becoming an inner head elder. Under his full power, Yi Chen, who didn't have a sword in his hand, was no match for him at all. Brother Yi, take this. Zhu Mei saw that Yi Chen was in a bad situation, so she hurriedly threw her low-ranked great sword, the hidden fragrance sword, to Yi Chen. As for Su Jing, who had always been aggressive, she didn't join the fight. Instead, she stood in front of Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan, in case any sneak attacks from the multiple mountain martial school's elders might launch. Yi Chen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He didn't even need to look at Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan. He gripped the hilt of the hidden fragrance sword. Nice sword. In fact, the effect of a great weapon was limited. It could at most increase the attacking power by 10%, but it wouldn't be able to change the overall situation. However, the most important thing about a great weapon was its toughness, which made it very hard to break. The higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the more powerful his Zhen Qi would be. Ordinary weapons could no longer withstand the circulation of Zhen Qi and would be broken after a few times of use. Once a martial artist reached the astral-reaching realm, his Zhen Qi would transform into Zhen Yuan, and any ordinary weapon would shatter upon contact with it. Only low-ranked great weapons could barely allow astral-reaching realm martial artists to fully activate their Zhen Yuan, and mid-ranked great weapons would be the best. So what if you have a low-ranked great sword? You will still die. The multiple mountain martial school's outer head elder grinned. While in the air, he launched 18 kicks in a row. Each kick was as heavy as a small mountain, smashing down towards Yi Chen. Swirling wind. The hidden fragrance sword was slim and long. It wasn't suitable for Yi Chun, but it was still much better than the low-ranked great spear and the hidden cloud sword. He gripped the sword with his right hand and swung it, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. Swoosh, 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 the sharp and long sword Qi swooshed straight up, stirred up the airflow in the desert, and finally formed a huge tornado. The tornado sucked the sand into it, then transformed into an even more terrifying tornado, rumbling towards the 18 mountain-like silhouettes of Yi Chen's legs. Boom! Yellow sand poured down from the sky. The tornado was shattered, and the 18 silhouettes of Yi Chen's legs also disappeared. Lose. With the hidden fragrance sword in his hand, the sharp Qi on his body was unstoppable. It was like a peerless great sword that had been sharpened, tearing apart the atmosphere. His tornado-broken clouds had been shattered, but he did not care at all. Tapping his foot on the ground, he floated in the air like a cloud. Then, the hidden fragrance sword slashed down without any trace of attack. It's that move. Yuan Hengying and Zhuang Fei were both frightened. They were both defeated by this move. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. Chapter 163. Crackle! Thunder exploded as sword Qi shot out. This sword strike was incredibly fast. Under the shocked gaze of the multiple mountain martial school's head elder, the sword strike landed heavily on the defensive Zhenqi layer. Puff! His protective Zhenqi shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Pointing his finger at Yi Chun, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even take a single sword attack from Yi Chun. Not only that, he couldn't even defend himself against his Zhenqi. Yi Chun was only an early clasping yuan realm martial artist. Even if he was a genius, he shouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. As he spoke, he once again spat out a mouthful of blood that contained remnants of sword Qi. He retreated with heavy injuries and had already lost the ability to continue fighting. Yi Chun sneered. Even Yuan Hengying and Zhuang Fei together couldn't take this sword attack, not to mention a single person. However, the opponent was indeed very powerful. He could actually take a sword attack and not die. Sword Qi thunder. Sword Qi actually produced thunder. How fast would it take to do that? He is only an early clasping yuan realm warrior. How could he perform his sword art to such a level? Is it because of the sword intent? That must be the case. Only sword intent can greatly increase the power of sword arts. Both speed and power will be greatly increased. Most of the onlookers were sect elders, so their eyesight was very good. They could tell that this sword was unusual at a glance. Unbeknownst to them, the one who was even more shocked was the Sky Cloud Martial School's elder, who was still fighting. This is the highest level of the startling cloud sword art, thunderous sword Qi. I am ashamed. I have also trained the shocking cloud sword art, but I have not reached the level of sword Qi thunder yet. This kid is indeed a genius of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is worth it to fight for him. Even if I die here, I will still be contributing to the school. That's right, this kid is the biggest hope of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Killing him is the same as destroying the foundation of our Sky Cloud Martial School. We cannot let him go. Kill! 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 Yi Chen's power had motivated many of the Sky Cloud Martial School's elders. All of their auras had been boosted, and their fighting power had increased to the next level, surpassing their own limits. Not good. The opponent's aura is rising. Quickly suppress it. We can't let them take the initiative. The group of multiple mountain martial school's elders had been in an absolute advantage, but within the blink of an eye, that advantage was gone. On the contrary, they were caught unprepared by the counterattack and were thrown into confusion. It's that brat Yi Chen's doing. You guys go kill him. If we don't get rid of this kid, he'll be another great enemy in the future. The multiple mountain martial school, only had one more inner elder than the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, they couldn't free themselves from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, a few powerful outer elders were sent out to fight against Yi Chun. Despicable. The fourth elder swung his spear and pushed away the two multiple mountain martial school's inner elders, intending to help Yi Chun. Where are you going? With the low-grade great spear, the fourth elder's power was second only to the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder. At this moment, an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school, who was even more powerful than the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder, blocked his way. The other multiple mountain martial schools' head elder didn't stay idle either. They started fighting against each other. Within a radius of over 10 miles, sand and dust instantly rose into the air, while fierce airwaves spread out in all directions. He became famous after this battle. Lung Wuching smiled faintly, while the other barbarian Devil Martial School's disciples were confused. They didn't know what had happened to their big brother, who had always been cold and cruel. Indeed, after this battle, Yi Chun had become famous in the 9 nations. As time went by, his fame might even spread to the other nations in the South Shore region, injuring the multiple mountain martial school's head elder with a single sword move. Even many young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists couldn't do this. Before this, Yi Chun was only a nameless kid. In the Emerald Martial School, Lu Wuxiang and Ji Shuiyan were both stunned. Yi Chun's speed of growth made them feel powerless for the first time. Was this what people meant by one brilliant feat? But this was way too amazing. Facing the 3 multiple mountain martial school's outer elders, Yi Chun neither stepped back nor dodged. Instead, he said with a resonant voice, 3 is too few. You can't even withstand a single strike. How dare you? Arrogant. Today, I will make you bleed. The 3 multiple mountain martial school's outer elders were enraged. In terms of power, they were no weaker than the multiple mountain martial school's head elder. The 3 of them together were more than powerful enough to kill Yi Chun. But at this moment, they were underestimated by Yi Chun. Their killing intent and Jin Qi surged out uncontrollably, bringing up clouds of sand. Mountain-shattering stamp. Shadow-cutting 10 moves. Xiantian Qi art. The 3 Sky Martial School's outer elders each launched their most powerful martial arts, sending out waves of fierce qi and blade power towards Yi Chun. Instantly, terrifying marks were left on the surface of the sand. Swirling clouds. Yi Chun had never been the type of person who would stick to the old rules. He would always add his own things into his sword movements. This sword movement originally used the sword qi to twist the qi flow and form a tornado to attack the enemy. However, he had led himself into it and stood in the eye of the tornado, which was the calmest area. Outside the tornado, Yi Chun had a natural layer of defense. Along with the tornado, Yi Chun released streams of sword qi towards the 3 Sky Martial School's outer elders. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of sword qi darted out, covering the entire sky. More terrifyingly, after being spun by the tornado, not only did the sword qi move from a tricky angle, but the power was also terrifying. One of the multiple mountain martial school's outer elders was careless. His arm was cut off by Yi Chun's sword qi. Retreat. Retreat. The other 2 Sky Martial School's outer elders' attacks were broken as well, and they hurriedly retreated. The crowd had already become numb to this. They didn't even know how to express their feelings. Someone sighed and said, "This kid's fighting style is amazing. He can do whatever he wants. He will definitely become a great warrior in the future, but of course, the premise is that he can live until then." Disciples ranked in the top 50 or top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking have already grown up. They are no longer afraid of the older generation's powerful martial artists. If we give this kid some more time, he will be able to reach that level as well. That's a bit presumptuous. Once you reach the clasping yuan realm, it will be more and more difficult for you to improve your cultivation. Therefore, you won't be able to improve your power by leaps and bounds, unless you have a great opportunity. You're right, the heavenly dream ancient region can barely be counted as an open opportunity. Otherwise, how could they step into the clasping yuan realm so easily? The true spirit continent was vast and boundless. No one knew how many millions of miles it was, and the population of this continent was in the trillions. Even if there was only one genius among 10 million people, there would still be millions of geniuses. With so many geniuses, not everyone could become a peerless, powerful martial artist. Once one's potential was exhausted, he or she would have no choice but to focus on his or her own cultivation. However, the path of a martial artist was a path that defied the natural order. Time waits for no one. Once you accumulated enough potential, you wouldn't have enough time to continue your cultivation anymore. But of course, there would always be a small number of people who were extremely lucky. Before they exhausted their potential, they would have great opportunities to improve their power by leaps and bounds and become peerless, powerful martial artists. For example, Xianhou had stepped into the life and death realm at the age of 35 and became one of the most powerful martial artists in this continent. She was as powerful as Su King, Dragon King, Evil King, and the others. She had a lifespan of over 1,000 years and could even regrow her body from a single drop of blood. Therefore, opportunities were an indispensable part of becoming a powerful martial artist. Almost no one could reach this level without an opportunity, and if there were, it would be an opportunity for him or herself, and his or her potential would be limitless. After all, every human had a limit to their potential, and if an unlimited potential wasn't an opportunity, then what was? Limitless shocking cloud. Limitless shocking cloud. One sort of impermanence. As Yi Chen launched the moves of the shocking cloud sword art one after another, the 3 multiple mountain martial school's outer elders, who had been approaching aggressively, were forced back again and again, their bodies covered in blood. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to lose their lives, one of the 3 outer elders suddenly took out a dark red iron bomb from his storage ring, while his face twisted. How despicable! Not only did they try to bully us with numbers, they even took out a red light, fire-melting bomb. They have completely humiliated the multiple mountain martial school. This kid is very dangerous. That red light fire melting bomb can kill ordinary peak level early clasping yuan realm martial artists, and even mid clasping yuan realm martial artists would be severely injured by it. Once he is severely injured, he would be in real danger. Many elders of the multiple mountain martial school were disdainful of that man's evil means, but they didn't think that Yi Chen would be killed by that red light fire melting bomb. Geniuses always had their own ways to protect themselves, but that was exactly the problem. Once Yi Chen was severely injured by that red light fire melting bomb, the tables would be turned instantly. Die! The multiple mountain martial school's outer elder's face was twisted with a hideous look. He injected his Zhen Qi into the red light fire melting bomb, then threw it out towards Yi Chen. Boom! A raging flame exploded, covering a wide area. Even with Yi Chen's great speed, he couldn't dodge all of the flames, and was struck by the flames on the edge of the explosion, which sent him flying backwards. Brother Yi, the faces of Zhu Mei and the other 2 elders turned pale. The faces of the 4th elder and the other 2 elders turned pale. Swoosh! Standing lightly on the desert, Yi Chen gave a faint smile and said, "Is this all you've got? Then you will die for sure." What? He's not injured? How is this possible? The red light fire melting bomb is made with the firepower from the stunning sky. Although its power is largely reduced, it shouldn't be completely unharmed. The multiple mountain martial school's outer elder, who threw out the bomb, couldn't believe his own eyes. He said to the other two elders beside him, "Before we came here, the school gave each of us a red light, fire-melting bomb. Don't save them. Throw them all out and kill him." Back in the 9 Nations, the multiple mountain martial school, and a few other institutions had discovered an ancient site together. Quite a lot of red light, fire-melting bombs were found in the site, and they had divided them among themselves. However, there was no way to make these red light, fire-melting bombs. Even astral-reaching, realm martial artists couldn't make them. If it weren't for the fact that they were escorting their elite disciples to the Heaven Dream Ancient region, they wouldn't have been able to get a red light, fire-melting bomb each. After all, the school had basically given out all the red light, fire-melting bombs to them, and they were told not to use them unless it was a critical moment. All right, I don't believe that we can't kill him. They had already lost all of their dignity, and the only thing they could think of at the moment was to kill Yi Chun. Boom! Another 2 thunderous booms were heard. Dazzling flames overlapped with each other and spread out even further. With the crane shadow step, Yi Chun avoided the center of the explosion and was only hit by the aftershock of the explosion. At this moment, a crystal-like Zhen Qi shield suddenly lit up around his body. Pop! The Zhen Qi shield was twisted, and the horrifying impact force sent him flying away. Ordinary Zhen Qi shields can never have such a strong defensive power, and it doesn't look like a defensive martial art. Is it a low-rank great armor? That's possible. Low-rank great armors are relatively precious among low-rank great weapons. Although they can improve the defensive power by much, even a little bit would be invaluable. Besides, he wasn't hit directly by the red light fire-melting bomb. Instead, he was hit by the aftershock of the explosion. That's why he didn't get injured at all. These people were all experienced and knowledgeable. They had figured out that Yi Chun was wearing a low-rank great armor. Low-rank great armors could improve the defensive power, which was more or less useful. Chapter 164. The sand surface collapsed as Yi Chun landed heavily on the ground. He reached out his hand and touched his chest. Underneath his clothes, it was hard, smooth, and cold. Just as everyone had guessed, he was indeed wearing a low-rank armor. This low-rank armor was obtained from Long Wuching, and it was one of the more precious treasures. With this low-rank great armor, when Yi Chun activated his protective Zhen Qi, his defensive power had increased by 15%. However, this was still not enough to block the explosion of the red light fire-melting bomb. He had to stay away from the center of the explosion. After all, the low-rank great armor could only improve his defensive power. It couldn't protect him from everything. Die! Rising into the air, Yi Chun gently swung his sword and launched the last movement of the Sky Cloud Sword Art. Along with a thunderous sound, the three's protective Zhen Qi was shattered. Except for the most powerful one, the other 2 fell on the ground. No one knew if they were still alive or not. Letting out a long breath, Yi Chun threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. He didn't chase after the other 2. Although he was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, his cultivation was way too low. After such a great battle, he didn't have much Zhen Qi left. Fortunately, he had some medicinal pills to replenish his Zhen Qi. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. In the 2 battles, 2 outer elders of the multiple mountain martial school were severely injured, and the other 2 were still alive. Mo Wuxue and the other hidden dragon ranking martial artists were all stunned, silently wondering what their chances of winning would be if they were the ones fighting against Yi Chun. However, the result was very unfavorable to them. They had almost no chance of winning. Even if they used their most powerful life-saving skills, they wouldn't be able to win. This guy is way too scary. Even the multiple mountain martial school's head elder couldn't rival him. Doesn't this mean that he's going to suppress me forever? I'm so pissed off. Yuan Heng-ing sat on the ground with his legs crossed, trying to heal himself. However, his injuries couldn't be healed within a short period of time. It would take at least 2 to 3 months. During this period, he would have to take all kinds of precious medicinal pills to replenish his yuan qi. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to regain his peak power. Thinking of the power of that sword move, Yuan Heng-ing couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Back then, he had already used his most powerful skill, but still failed to block it. Heng-ing, this brat injured you, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's first elder suddenly asked. Yuan Heng-ing really didn't want to admit it, but judging from the current situation, it didn't matter whether he admitted it or not. In everyone's eyes, he was definitely not as good as Yi Chun, so it was reasonable for him to be injured by him. Thinking up to this point, he nodded heavily and said with a cold face, "Shuang Fei and I were both injured by him, and he took away our secret manuals as well. We will pay for this sooner or later." The headmaster of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School was expressionless. "You should take care of your body first. As for revenge, don't even think about it for 1 or 2 years, unless you can reach the mid-clasping yuan realm. Besides, the next Hidden Dragon rank competition will start in 1.5 years. You should focus on your training. I can't accept this. I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't kill him. It's not up to you to kill him. The higher-ups of the Ziyang house will not let him continue to grow. It was like this 20 years ago, and it will be like this 20 years later." Yuan Heng-ing frowned. "Purple Sun Martial School." "That's right. 20 years ago, the Sky Cloud Martial School was a top-rank 8 martial institution, only slightly weaker than rank 7 martial institutions, while the Purple Sun Martial School was a top-rank 8 martial institution. Their overall power was not as strong as the Sky Cloud Martial School. When they surrounded the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult, the Purple Sun Martial School used a trick to deceive the Sky Cloud Martial School, causing the warriors of the Sky Cloud Martial School to be surrounded by the powerful warriors of the 9 evil cult. After that, the Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't swallow this, so they also used a scheme to kill the current leader of the Purple Sun Martial School and a few top inner elders. Headmaster, are you saying that the Ziyang Martial School does not want to see the Sky Cloud Martial School surpass them?" "Of course. After all, the Sky Cloud Martial School has a great foundation. Powerful warriors can be cultivated slowly. 5 years ago, the Sky Cloud Martial School had already regained the power of a rank 8 martial institution. Besides, with the help of the Great Master, the other martial institutions would not dare to make any reckless moves. But now, the Sky Cloud Martial School has a young, powerful hidden dragon ranked martial artist. The Ziyang Martial School will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. They will definitely try everything they can to kill him." Hearing this, Yuan Heng-ing was a bit annoyed. He really wanted to kill Yi Chun himself, but Yi Chun was unimaginably powerful. He would only die if he tried to kill him. "HM, you are going to die anyway. I don't need to do it myself. Let's see who will laugh in the end." Boom, 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 boom. Each of the multiple mountain martial schools' outer elders had a red light firebomb. After fighting for quite a while, seeing that they couldn't kill their opponents within a short time, they all threw out their red light firebombs. Immediately, 3 outer elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School didn't manage to dodge in time and were hit right on the head. They were blown to death and fell down from the air. "Do you think only you have weapons? We have them too. Blow them up." Some outer elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School took out dark cyan iron bombs from their storage rings, found an opportunity, and threw them out. Pop! Silver lightning bolts dazzled in the air, along with which a few outer elders of the multiple mountain martial school fell down from the air. The Sky Cloud Martial School actually has a Silver Light Thunderbolt bomb. How unexpected! The Silver Light Thunderbolt bomb is as famous as the Red Light Firebomb. It is made from the thunder power of the stunning sky, which is the first level of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Once thrown out, it is powerful enough to blow up a small mountain. Quite a few outer elders of both sides have died since the beginning of the battle, but none of the inner elders have died. But as time goes by, I'm not sure. It was rare to see a fight between two top-ranked institutions. Therefore, the crowd didn't want to leave. Instead, they were all discussing the fight with different expressions on their faces. Mountain Condensed Sword Chi. After swallowing the pill, Yichen rushed out without waiting for the multiple Mountain Martial School's elders to attack him. But of course, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't go to the areas where there were more inner elders. Instead, he chose the areas where the outer elders gathered and released his soul power to cover a range of 500 meters, in case any multiple Mountain Martial School's inner elders chased after him. With a single sword move, Yichun broke the defense of a multiple Mountain Martial School's outer elder and killed him for good. Yichun frowned. The Sky Cloud Martial School was in a bad situation. Among the outer elders, both sides had some winners and losers, and the casualties were almost the same. As for the inner elders, they were all from the multiple Mountain Martial School and had already firmly suppressed the Sky Cloud Martial School. Sadly, Yichun wasn't powerful enough to deal with an inner elder of the multiple Mountain Martial School, not to mention affecting the overall situation. If this goes on, the Sky Cloud Martial School will be in danger. I need to find a way to sneakily attack an inner elder of the multiple Mountain Martial School. Yichun moved to the place where the outer elders were fighting. He glanced around and soon found his target. His opponent was at the outer edge of the place where the inner elders were fighting. His opponent was the Sky Cloud Martial School's 9th elder. The 9th elder was good at assassination, but he was much weaker in a head-on battle. If it weren't for his low-ranked dagger and his extremely fast movement skill, he would have already been severely injured or even killed. That's him. Both sides had the same number of inner elders. Therefore, an inner elder could be very useful. Otherwise, Yichun wouldn't have come up with this plan. The heart refining. The last movement of the Sky Cloud Sword Art was incredibly powerful, but it was still not as powerful as the heart refining. The heart refining would become more powerful as Yichun grew stronger, and the sword intent would also grow stronger. Therefore, it wouldn't be outdated even if he used it at the astral reaching realm. Yichun's swiftly moving body abruptly stopped. He paused in the air, then swung his sword down. Puff! The sword Qi transformed into a beam of white light, darting out at a speed faster than the sound of thunder. Puff! The protective Jin Qi of that multiple Mountain Martial School's inner elder was sliced open, and a sword mark appeared on his back. He let out a shrill growl. "Kid, I will never forgive you." Boom! He turned around and launched another hack. A tens of meters long stream of blade Qi was released, which looked like a thunderbolt. Only the lingering power released by the blade Qi had already left a deep ditch on the desert surface. Yichun, be careful. The 9th elder didn't have enough time to save Yichun, so he had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity created by Yichun. Mountain Condensed Sword Qi. When the sword strike landed on the 9 Mountain Martial School's inner elder, Yichun had already prepared himself for it. Therefore, although the blade Qi was fast, he still reacted to the incoming attack with a mountain-thick sword Qi. Crack, crack, crack. The Mountain Condensed Sword Qi was more than one hack. Under the support of Yi Chen's Zhen Qi, the power of the blade Qi was quickly consumed. Once the sword Qi was completely shattered, the remaining blade Qi was no longer a threat and was shattered by Yi Chen with a single punch. Boom! While Yi Chen had created an opportunity, An inner elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been sent flying away, vomiting blood. Seeing this, Yi Chun had no choice but to rush to the other side. Right now, he and the Sky Cloud Martial School's people were bound together. Once those elders were defeated, he wouldn't be able to survive either. Therefore, he might as well put up a desperate fight. However, right at this moment, something unexpected happened. The Rudra Martial School's head elder was a beautiful woman. Seeing that the Emerald Martial Palace hadn't done anything yet, she slightly frowned. She then flashed and appeared in the middle of the crowd. "People, this fight is not necessary at all. Let's stop now." Hearing her, an inner elder of the Multiple Mountain Martial School sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? This is our Multiple Mountain Martial School's business. It's none of your business." By now, they had already gained an absolute advantage. It was only a matter of time before they could defeat the Sky Cloud Martial School's people. They didn't think that someone would step in, which made them even angrier. Among the crowd, the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder's face darkened. He snorted coldly and said, "The Rudra Martial School has only been developing for over 10 years. How can they be so reckless? Just let the Sky Cloud Martial School die." The hatred between the Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School started 20 years ago. Therefore, the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder couldn't wait to see the Rudra Martial School's head elder die. The Rudra Martial School's head elder's face was as cold as ice. He took out a tablet from his storage ring. The tablet was a foot long, 2-inch thick, entirely glowing with a cyan light. A fierce cyan dragon was embossed on the surface of the tablet, coiling around it, making it look even more majestic. "People, are you still not going to stop?" The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder glanced at the tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. His facial expression changed dramatically. He said word by word, "Little Azure Dragon Tablet, how come you have it? You don't need to worry about this. Just remember who the owner of this tablet is," said the Rudra Martial School's head elder coldly. The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder's face darkened. He growled, "Multiple Mountain Martial School, stop." "What? Why stop?" "Head elder, we're about to defeat them." Many Multiple Mountain Martial School's outer elders didn't understand what was going on. Only the inner elders seemed to have thought of something. Their facial expressions changed as well. Chapter 165. Although they didn't want to, they still stopped and gathered around the Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder. Although the number of the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder was 1/6 less than before, the casualties weren't that great. Of course, the Sky Cloud Martial School's people wouldn't chase after them. Instead, they all went back and stood behind the head elder. Between the two groups of Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder was a mess, and tens of dead bodies were lying on the ground. At this moment, the onlookers had already burst into an uproar when they saw the tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. How could it be in the hands of a rank 8 martial school, the South Rudra Martial School? The owner of the Little Azure Dragon tablet is not that scary. What's important is his powerful background. Yeah, the Little Azure Dragon tablet appeared in the South Shore region. It's probably not that simple. We have to warn the others when we get back. Tell them not to mess with the South Shore region's disciples or elders. Anyone who dares to do so will be killed. Exactly. In case they do something terrible and bring disaster to the Rudra Martial School's head elder. The Purple Sun Martial School's head elder widely opened his eyes, staring at the cyan tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. The cyan dragon coiled around the tablet was releasing clouds of mist, and it was coldly looking at the world with its cyan eyes, as if it could see through people's hearts and souls. How is this possible? She is the descendant of that. What does she want in the Windy Nation? He wasn't thinking about the Rudra Martial School's head elder, but the leader of the Rudra Martial School, Longbai. This mysterious woman had finally revealed her true face. No wonder the Rudra Martial School could rise so fast and become one of the top 5 martial institutions in the Windy Nation over 10 years ago. She is the descendant of that. In this case, the revival of the 9 evil cult was all within his expectation, and he had been preparing for it since 10 years ago. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder slowly let out a breath. The 4th elder said worriedly, "Originally, I thought that the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult were only left with a few small and big cats. But now, it seems like that is not the case at all. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have arranged for more than 10 years ago to be on guard against this day." The head elder nodded and changed his tone. "We are only a rank 9 martial institution. Even though we are as powerful as rank 8 martial institutions, we are nothing but ants in their eyes. Therefore, we just need to do what we are supposed to do. We don't need to worry about other things." "That's true." Letting out a bitter laugh, the 4th elder rubbed his chin, feeling that he had been worrying a bit too much. A battle at that level, even 1,000 of him, would only be killed. Instead of worrying about these unrealistic things, he would rather focus on improving his cultivation and try to reach the peak level late clasping Yuan realm as soon as possible. Reuniting with Lu Han's Han and the other 2, Yi Chun gave the subtle fragrance sword back to Zhu Mei and said, "Big sister, thank you for lending me your sword. Without it, it would be very hard for me to beat them." Zhu Mei smiled and said, "With your current strength and potential, you will soon have your own low-rank sword. I heard that your Yi family has a family heirloom sword, the Absolute Shadow Sword. This sword can break through the obstruction of the air, increase the speed of the sword, and kill people without leaving a trace." "Ah, there is this sword, but only the current patriarch can wield it. The Absolute Shadow Sword was one of the best low-grade swords. Its effect was to increase the speed of the sword and kill enemies with speed. However, Yi Chun had never thought about inheriting the position of the Yi clan master. That was not his dream. Looking at the tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand, Yi Chun suddenly asked, "What is this little azure dragon tablet? Does it have a powerful background?" Lu Han's Han, who had always been knowledgeable, shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Maybe not at that level yet. You see, none of the outer elders know about it. Only some core and inner elders know about it, but they obviously don't want to say it." No matter what, this time, thanks to the Rudra Martial School, Yi Chun was very clear that a rank 7 martial institution was way more powerful than a rank 8 martial institution. A rank 7 martial institution's individual power was 1 or 2 levels higher than a Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder. They could still fight for a while, but as time went on, the gap between the 2 martial institutions and the Rudra Martial School's head elder would be obvious. Su Jing, who didn't like to talk, didn't say anything. She glanced sideways and saw the Emerald Martial Palace's head elder staring at that little azure dragon tablet with a gloomy face. In the middle of the battlefield, the Rudra Martial School's head elder slowly descended from the sky, stepped on the sand, and said, "The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is not only a place of adventure, but also a place of slaughter. Our disciples have entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region. Their lives are all in the hands of fate. Not to mention the fact that you don't have any evidence. Even if you do, you can't do whatever you want. As for the dead disciples, they are no longer geniuses. Why do you have to fight for them? It's not worth it." The multiple mountain martial schools had elders said, unwillingly, "Then our eldest disciple died in vain. Since you've entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, you should be prepared to die. If everyone died like your multiple mountain martial school, Who would the other fallen disciples find to take revenge? How can they compare with Hong Qianjun? A multiple mountain martial school's inner elder retorted. The Rudra martial school's head elder's face darkened. 2 disciples of our Rudra martial school have died as well. Now, I suspect that it was your multiple mountain martial school's disciples who did it. Can I take revenge on you? Once the little Azure Dragon token is sent out, the entire area with a radius of 1,000 miles around the Rudra martial school will be flattened. How? How could it be our multiple mountain martial school? The multiple mountain martial school's inner elder's voice turned weak. He couldn't refute the Rudra martial school's words. And if he insisted, the Rudra martial school might really start a fight with the multiple mountain martial school. The multiple mountain martial school might be one of the most powerful institutions in the 9 nations, but compared to the Rudra martial school's background, the multiple mountain martial school was not even worth mentioning. All right, let's call it a day. Let's all go back to our respective institutions. At the same time, the cyan light that had been soaring into the sky gradually dissipated, and the light gate had already disappeared into the air. The next time they saw, it would be another 10 years later. Evil Blood Martial School, let's go. Shapeless Martial School, let's go. White Deer Cave, Yuehua Martial School. People from all institutions leaped onto their gigantic beasts and flew into the air in groups. Within a few blinks of an eye, they had all disappeared into the clouds. Glancing at Yi Chun, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder snorted coldly in his head. A strong intent of killing emerged in his pupils. Then he turned around and said loudly, "Let's go back as well." After all the people from the other 8 nations had left the Emerald Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder also left one after another. Soon, only the people from the Rudra Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School were left. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder cupped his hands and said, "Elder Long, this time our Sky Cloud Martial School owes the Rudra Martial School a huge favor. We will certainly report this to our leader when we get back." The Rudra Martial School's head elder had the same surname as Longbai. The Rudra Martial School's head elder said in a mysterious tone, "I didn't do this to help the Sky Cloud Martial School, but to help that little bastard." The head elder followed her gaze and asked curiously, "Yi Chun?" "Indeed, he has great potential. He doesn't deserve to die in this unfair fight. But of course, he still has to walk his own path in the future. No one can help him. Powerful people can't become powerful without help." The head elder nodded. She was right. Those who could truly become powerful were all those who had survived. As for those so-called geniuses who had been living under the protection of their elders, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. They could never become powerful people. Only those who had gone through thousands of hardships could have a slight hope of becoming powerful. About the little Azure Dragon token, only you leaders should know about it. They don't need to know about it, because it won't do them any good. Elder Long said again, "I know about this." The head elder was not stupid. He understood a lot of things right away. If he guessed it right, Yi Chun had been selected for now, but he should not be the only one. There were countless geniuses in the South Shore region, and even the entire True Spirit continent. Some of them had great achievements in the early stages, but became mediocre in the later stages. Some of them were just ordinary in the early stages, but could amaze the world in the later stages. No one could tell for sure. The only way was to replace them with numbers and then slowly eliminate the unqualified ones. Under Elder Long's lead, the people of the Rudra Martial School got on their demonic beasts and flew towards the Windy Nation. Clearing his throat, the head elder said, "Don't ask too much about what happened today." Yes, Yi Chun and the other 3 were a bit confused, but they still nodded. "All right, let's go back." Screech, screech. Riding on the Windy Eagle, the group of people carried the dead bodies of the Sky Cloud Martial School's elders and flew into the air, soon disappearing into the horizon. 10 days later, the group returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. That night, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had a meeting. The next day, Yi Chen exchanged all the things he had gained from the Heavenly Dream Ancient region for a huge amount of low-rank and mid-rank soul stones. Originally, he didn't plan to hand over the Great Mystery Art Manual because the other mid-rank Earth Realm Palm art manual was more than enough for him. However, the battle in the desert had made him realize something. Since those elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School were willing to risk their lives for him, why should he keep it to himself? He believed that with these 2 mid-rank Earth Realm manuals, the Sky Cloud Martial School would be able to return to its peak within a few years and might even become a Rank 7 institution. During this trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, Yi Chen had gained a lot. Except for the 2 mid-rank Earth Realm manuals, he had exchanged all the other things he had gained for 100,000 low-rank soul stones. Adding the mid-rank Earth Realm manuals, he had gained a total of 100,000 low-rank soul stones and 6,000 mid-rank soul stones. According to the actual value, that was 400,000 low-rank soul stones. 400,000 low-rank soul stones was a huge amount to the entire Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, every single member of the Sky Cloud Martial School needed soul stones for their cultivation. Day by day, it would accumulate to an astonishing amount. These 400,000 low-rank soul stones equaled to the Sky Cloud Martial School's storage for years. Normally, an inner elder wouldn't be able to earn so many soul stones, even if he spent 10 or 20 years, because they didn't have anything more precious than a mid-rank Earth Realm manual. With such a huge amount of soul stones, Yi Chen wouldn't have to worry about not having enough soul stones to cultivate for a long time in the future. Of course, his previous worries were not without reason. At the early condensing reality realm, 1 low-rank soul stone would be consumed every 5 days. Yi Chen's consumption rate was twice as fast as the others, which meant that he would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every 5 days. At the mid-condensing reality realm, Yi Chen would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every 3 days. At the late condensing reality realm, he would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every day. And at the early clasping Yuan realm, he would consume 10 low-rank soul stones every day, which meant that he would consume 300 soul stones every month and 3,600 soul stones every year. With his original storage of low-rank soul stones, he would only be able to cultivate for 3 years. After 3 years, he would have to do some tasks for the school to exchange for soul stones. Or just like this time when he came to the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, he would have to exchange for some precious treasures. How much he could exchange for would depend on his luck. At the very least, after reaching the clasping Yuan realm, he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Instead, he would have to worry about the number of soul stones. It was said that in large-scale auctions, items would no longer be auctioned with gold, but with soul stones. Whoever had more soul stones would be able to buy what they wanted. At the moment, Yi Chen just needed a low-rank greatsword, so he would need to use soul stones for sure. A few more days passed. During this period, Yi Chen didn't start to cultivate the mysterious great art right away. Instead, he spent some time digesting the experience he gained from the fights and turned it into his own. After he had fully comprehended it, he started to cultivate the mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the mysterious great art. Chapter 166. The dark night was as quiet as water. Inside the room, Yi Chen was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, both of his hands on his knees, meditating. In front of him was the soft and bright moonlight shining through the screen window. As a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, The Great Mystery Arts Zhen Qi circulation route was more than 10 times more complicated than the pure Jun Zhen Qi. Many important parts of the Great Mystery Art were twisted and turned like a dead knot or a mess, which made people completely confused. Currently, if Yi Chen wanted to master the first level of the Great Mystery Art, he had to complete a big circle first and extract a stream of Great Mystery Zhen Qi. However, with the complexity of the Great Mystery Art, it was not easy to complete a big circle. At least, Yi Chen was having a headache because of the complicated Zhen Qi circulation route. He didn't dare to be careless because he was afraid that his Zhen Qi might go astray and cause serious internal injuries. Sweat was dripping down from his forehead, but Yi Chen didn't notice it at all. His eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were frowning and relaxing, changing several times within a short period of time. Phew! After a long time, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and breathed out a mouthful of turbid air with slight tiredness. No wonder mid-rank Earth realm martial arts could become the most powerful martial art in our martial institutions. Even the first level is so hard to master, and it took me half a day of hard work. I wonder how hard it would be to master it to the highest level. In the past, when Yi Chen practiced martial arts, he had made great progress, but this time he felt that it was quite hard. He didn't dare to be careless with every step, which was extremely exhausting. The night passed without any words. In the following half a month, Yi Chen practiced the Great Mystery Art at night and practiced a low-rank Earth realm martial art that he got from the Heavenly Dream ancient region during the day. Although the days were boring, they were not idle. Another half a month passed. On the cliff, the sea of clouds was surging. The silhouette flashed and moved horizontally on the flat ground, like the floating clouds and flowing water, like a ghost. Suddenly, the silhouette split into two and pounced out from two different directions. One of the silhouette's clothes fluttered in the wind, while the other had a dull face and a slightly transparent body. It was obvious that the silhouette was formed by Zhen Qi. Split again. After a few steps, Yi Chen's body shook, and the second Zhen Qi silhouette dashed out. It looked much more real than the first one, and its Zhen Qi clothes fluttered in the wind. Three silhouettes, one real and two fake, walked side by side, punched on the cliff together. Boom! The fist power poured into the rock wall as Yi Chen jumped back. While he was still in the air, he groaned, "Zhen!" The next moment, the two true Qi silhouettes merged into his body, becoming one with each other. As his feet landed on the ground, Yi Chen let out a long breath. He lifted his head and saw three deep holes on the wall in front of him. The two holes on the side were 1/2 meter wide and 3 to 4 meters deep, while the one in the middle was 1 meter wide and 6 meters deep. There was stone powder on the edge. Not bad. It has 50% of my attacking power. Yi Chen nodded. He hadn't reached the highest level of the separating shadows flying art yet, but it was almost there. Right now, he could already split into two Zhen Qi silhouettes within a short period of time to confuse his enemies. In a fierce fight, because of the fast-moving speed of both sides, the human silhouettes were already blurry. Therefore, the sudden appearance of two Zhen Qi silhouettes with attacking power would definitely confuse the enemy's sight and vision, which would be a great surprise. Apart from this, the speed of the separating shadows flying art was one level higher than the crane shadow steps. Within a single breath, he could move about 300 meters, which was even faster than the elders of the Martial Skill Pavilion. What a shame the mysterious great art has stopped at the 5th level, and I can't break into the 6th level yet, but my overall power has improved a lot compared to before. The mysterious great art was obtained from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace, and it was much more precious than any ordinary mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Yi Chen had only reached the 5th level, but the quality of his zhenqi had already surpassed the peak of the 7th level of the pure Jun zhenqi, and the total quantity of his zhenqi was almost the same as the pure Jun zhenqi. It was hard to imagine how powerful his zhenqi would be once he reached the 6th level, the 7th level, or even the 11th level. Of course, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The mysterious great art was so powerful, but the difficulty of cultivating it would also be much higher. After a whole month, Yi Chun had barely reached the 5th level, and his overall power had improved a little, but it was not a big improvement. In the morning, when the first beam of sunlight shone on the ground, Yi Chun murmured, "It's time to see the leader," on the main road of the Sky Cloud Martial School. "Head brother." "Good morning, head brother." A group of inner disciples walked towards him, both male and female. The strongest among them was already at the late condensing reality realm, while the weakest was only at the early condensing reality realm. Seeing Yi Chun from afar, they all greeted him as head brother with great respect. Yi Chun nodded, but didn't say anything. After Yi Chun had walked far away, the group of inner disciples started whispering to each other. "Our head brother is now a legendary genius of the Windy Nation. He has mastered the sword intent, stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, and severely injured the multiple mountain martial schools head elder with a single sword attack. Every single one of these achievements is more than enough to shock the world. He's even more powerful than the Four Childs. The era of the Four Childs is over. Now, among the younger generation of the Windy Nation, there are 6 most powerful ones: Young Master Emerald, Young Master North Snow, Lynch, Qin Yulian Su Jing, and our head brother, Yi Chun." Yi Chun didn't hear what the others were talking about. Even if he did, he wouldn't feel proud of himself. Perhaps he was already one of the most powerful people in the Windy Nation, but in the true spirit continent, he was still at the bottom. Besides, he always felt that if he stayed in the Sky Cloud Martial School, he would never be able to reach the astral reaching realm, and he would never be able to become one of the most powerful martial artists in the true spirit continent. After all, his dream was not just the astral reaching realm. Walking around a large number of buildings, Yi Chun arrived in front of a huge palace. "Brother Yi, this is the Drifting Cloud Palace. Only the inner elders and leaders are allowed to enter." 8 attendants stopped Yi Chun and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Yi Chun raised his head and said blandly, "I have something important to discuss with the leader and the inner elders. Please inform them." "Something important? How important?" The first attendant on the left frowned. Yi Chun said, "Just tell them that I, Yi Chun, want to leave the Windy Nation to gain more experience." "Leave the Windy Nation?" The 8 attendants widened their eyes. They had already heard about what Yi Chun had done in the scorching ancient desert. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the future. As for Luo Hanshan, although he was the leader's son, he was not powerful enough. Therefore, the leader's position would not be passed on to him. "Wait a minute. I will inform the leader and the inner elders." No matter how stupid the attendants were, they knew that this was a big deal, a big deal. How could they dare to neglect it? Soon, all 36 inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School showed up. They all had a serious look on their faces. Some attendants who were passing by thought that someone was going to attack the Sky Cloud Martial School. "Yi Chun, come in with us." The head elder nodded to the attendants, then led Yi Chun into the palace. The Drifting Cloud Palace was very spacious. It was as spacious as the Floating Cloud Palace. There were 36 seats on both sides of the palace, presumably for the inner elders. "Yi Chun, I heard that you are going to go out to gain more experience." The first elder asked anxiously. Yi Chun nodded, "Yes, great elder." "Sigh, I knew this day would come." The great elder sighed. From the first time he met Yi Chun, The great elder knew that Yi Chen was no ordinary person. Yi Chen's aspirations and ambitions were so great that they were beyond his imagination. However, he never thought that he would make the decision to train. There were different kinds of adventures. For a small adventure, it would only be in the Windy Nation or the few neighboring countries, and would not be too far away. It would take at least a couple of months, and at most a year and a half. However, for a big adventure, it would be different. The South Rudra region, and even the entire true spirit continent, would be included in the adventure. In the hundreds of years of history of the Sky Cloud Martial School, a lot of people had chosen to go out for adventures. However, most of them never came back. No one knew if they were still alive or dead, or if they were still far away from home and did not want to come back. From Yi Chen's expression, the head elder could tell that he was going for a big adventure, and would never come back without making some achievements. In this way, it would mean that he had given up his position as the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The fourth elder was an impatient person. He hurried to say, "Yi Chen, staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School is not bad. With your talent, it is very possible for you to become an astral-reaching realm warrior in the future. Our great master is also an astral-reaching realm warrior. I am sure you can do it as well." Yi Chen shook his head. "Head elder, fourth elder, don't worry. During the hidden dragon rank competitions, I will go directly to the competitions. We can still see each other then. Let's wait for the leader to come first." The head elder was not the fourth elder. He knew that it would be useless to persuade him. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not have learned the sword intent. People who had learned the sword intent would always stick to their words. Once they had made up their mind, no one would be able to change their mind. The 36 inner masters all sat down, while Yi Chen stood in the middle of the palace. Soon, the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Xinglia, walked into the palace. He glanced at Yi Chen with a complicated expression, then walked straight to the main seat and sat down. "Yi Chen, the adventure is a good thing. I wonder, where do you want to go?" Yi Chen cupped his fists and said, "The South Rudra region and the true spirit continent are all within the range of the adventure. I will make a decision according to the situation." Luo Xinglia and everyone else gasped. The South Rudra region was already huge enough, and he still wanted to go out of the South Rudra region, although there was still no sign of it yet. Waving his hand, Luo Xinglia told Yi Chen not to be so formal. He said, "You are one of the most talented martial geniuses since the founding of our Sky Cloud Martial School. No one has ever surpassed you. Theoretically, once I reach the astral reaching realm, the leader's position will be yours, and it will not be given to my son, Luo Hanshan. Do you know that?" Yi Chen thought that the true spirit continent was just like those wuxia novels he had read before, where the leader's position would mostly be given to their own descendants or relatives. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to inherit the position. Even if there were, it would be very rare. However, he was not interested in power. The leader's position of the Yi family and the leader's position of the Sky Cloud Martial School were not his dream. His dream was to travel around this strange world and become a top warrior step by step. Everything else was just a dream, and he would not care about it. "Leader, I have decided to go out for the adventure. Su Jing is more than enough for the Sky Cloud Martial School. But of course, if the Sky Cloud Martial School is in trouble, Yi Chen will come back immediately no matter where he is." The other inner masters started to discuss. Someone disagreed. "Yi Chen, the outside world is indeed colorful and full of powerful warriors. But you have to know, how many people have died in the adventure? I do not want to see a rare martial genius of the Sky Cloud Martial School fall." Master Gao is right. "Yi Chen, you have to think twice." Hearing him, Luo Xinglia stared at Yi Chen without blinking. He hoped that Yi Chen would give up on the adventure. As for the small adventure, he did not really care. Chapter 167. I have made up my mind. Yi Chen shook his head slowly. Before this, he had already thought about staying in the Sky Cloud Martial School for a while, at least until the hidden dragon rank competition was over. But no matter how he thought about it, he still could not find a reason to stay. Right now, among the young generation of the Windy Nation, he was without a doubt the #1 warrior. Without a goal, staying would only be a waste of time, and it would reduce the chance of him becoming a top warrior. The path of a warrior had always been against the natural order, fighting against time. Countless martial geniuses on the true spirit continent could not even make the last step before they died, because they thought they had plenty of time when they were young, but when they reached a certain level, they realized that it was never enough. The head elder forced a smile and said to Luo Xinglia, "Leader, let him go. The path of a powerful warrior is destined to be alone." Head elder! The fourth elder was anxious. He had high hopes for Yi Chen and always thought that he would be the strongest supporter of the Sky Cloud Martial School. But now he was leaving, and no one knew if he would still be alive or not. How could he not be upset? The head elder said, "If his goal was not so big, maybe I would persuade him to stay. But do you think he only wants to become an astral-reaching realm warrior? His goal is the whole true spirit continent, and even the whole world. Staying in the Windy Nation, a small place like this, would indeed be hard to achieve. As for the path of a powerful warrior, it is a path of life and death. If you are afraid of death, how can you become powerful?" Everyone went silent. The head elder was right. If you were afraid of death, you would not be able to become a real powerful warrior. Every real powerful warrior had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Therefore, there was already a generation gap between them and Yi Chen, and it would be impossible for them to reach an agreement. After a long while, Luo Xinglia said, "All right, since you have such a mind, the Sky Cloud Martial School should not be a burden to you. You can go out and train. When you have made some achievements, remember to come back and let us know that you are still alive. You don't have to worry about anything else." Yi Chen took a deep breath, bowed and cupped his fists. "Thank you, leader and elders." The head elder laughed and said, "Yi Chen, training is your personal matter. Of course, we will not forcefully stop you. Plus, with your talent, it is right for you to go out and explore. Who can guarantee that one day you will not become a powerful warrior who can rule the world? At that time, our Sky Cloud Martial School will have to bask in your glory. Yeah, since you have made up your mind to train, I will support you. Be careful outside. You only have one life. Think thrice before you act. Make sure nothing goes wrong." Seeing that Yi Chen was still unmoved, all of the inner masters did not have anything else to say. They could only hope that Yi Chen could leave safely and come back safely. As for his achievements, they did not need to worry at all. As long as he did not die, he would definitely reach the astral reaching realm. Leaving the hall, Yi Chen found Luo Han standing outside. "I envy you. Now that I've gone out to train, I'm feeling very carefree." As the leader's son, Luo Han knew everything that had happened in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Once he heard the news, he immediately rushed over and waited for Yi Chen outside the hall. Yi Chen grinned and said, "Actually, you can go out to train as well." Luo Han gave a bitter smile and said, "Of course I have to train, but my training range is the few surrounding countries, which is too large for me to handle. But you and I are different. The Windy Nation no longer has a target for you to surpass. I have many more." Yi Chen didn't say anything. Indeed, before he became the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Windy Nation, he had never thought about going out and gaining more experience. But after he came out of the Heaven Dream Ancient region, this thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and occupied all of his mind. It was time to go, time to go. The two left the drifting cloud palace and passed by the floating cloud palace. Your name is now the first on the ranking jade wall. Before you come back, no one can replace you. Luo Hanshan pointed at the jade wall and said, Yichen said, Su Jing can't be underestimated either. Luo Hanshan said, You don't know this, but after you came back from the scorching ancient desert over a month ago, your achievements have already spread across the entire Windy Nation. To be honest, you are the first one who has caused such a sensation in the past 100 years. The younger generation has already regarded you as a legend. Regarded me as a legend? Before this, the most glorious thing that happened in our Windy Nation was when Zhuang Fei broke into the Hidden Dragon ranking and was ranked 68th. But you've defeated all Hidden Dragon-ranked martial artists from the other 9 nations and even injured the multiple mountain martial schools' outer head elder with a single sword move. Such an amazing achievement. If it's not a legend, then what is it? While the two were talking, Zhu Mei and Su Jing walked over from a distance. Zhu Mei glanced at Yichen, smiled, and said, When are we leaving? Yichen said, Let's go back to the Yi family first. We'll leave the next morning. That's good. The Hidden Dragon ranking competition will start in less than a year and a half. Only clasping Yuan realm martial artists are qualified to compete for the ranking. See you the year after next. Yichen nodded. His eyes fell on Su Jing. Su Jing said, Remember, don't get killed out there. Yichen gave a bitter smile. Couldn't she just say something nice? But this was Su Jing's personality. After separating from the three, Yichen went back to his small courtyard and packed his belongings, then immediately walked down the mountain and headed towards the Yi family in the Luo city. If a clasping Yuan realm martial artist ran at full speed, he could cover over 2,000 miles in 2 hours. 10 hours was equivalent to 10 hours in Yichen's world. Instead of rushing at full speed, Yichen spent 14 hours to get back to the Yi family. Just like the elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, at first, Shen Yuqing and Yi Tianhao did not agree with Yichen going out to train. For them, the outside world was too big and too dangerous. An early clasping Yuan realm martial artist did not have much power to protect himself, even if Yichen could challenge those with higher cultivation. In the end, under Yichen's unshakable determination, both of them gave in. However, this time, Yichen had made the right decision to come back. His mother, Shen Yuqing, was pregnant again, and it might be a boy and a girl, which was undoubtedly a good thing. In the past, Yi Tianhao had thought about having more children, but for some reason, he had never been able to do it. He did not expect that he would succeed this time. Regarding this, Yichen thought about it. Before he left, his mother, Shen Yuqing, was pregnant. Everything was so coincidental. Could it be that this time he would have to leave for a long time? 5 years, 10 years, or even longer? Yichen shook his head. Some things could not be changed by human beings. There were too many uncertainties in the training. Even he himself could not be sure. The next day, early morning, outside the north gate of the Luo city. Remember to write me a letter when you have time. From afar, Shen Yuqing waved at Yichen, his eyes filled with tears. Yi Tianhao silently looked at Yichen's back, his eyes also filled with tears. He murmured to himself, The young eagle has already spread its wings and soared into the sky. Having such a son is enough for me in this life. At this moment, a beam of sunlight fell from the sky, lengthening Yi Chen's shadow. Yi Chen pressed the bamboo hat that he had prepared beforehand without turning around. He disappeared from Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's sight. Yi Chen's departure didn't startle too many people. Except for his parents, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and Luo Hanshan and his 2 friends, no one else knew about it. Many people thought that Yi Chen was still in closed-door cultivation in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Perhaps, after a long time, they would realize that something was wrong. Chapter 168. The moon was hanging high in the sky, and the wind was blowing fiercely. The night in the Great Devil Grassland was always bleak. Within a radius of thousands of miles, there were barely any signs of human life. Instead, there were countless demonic beasts roaring everywhere. This time, Yi Chen's first stop was the Thousand Thread Nation, which was located in the northeast of the Windy Nation. He would have to cross the Great Devil Grassland to get there. Otherwise, he would have to take a long detour. Not far away, a house-sized boulder was blocking the wind. Behind the boulder, there was a flickering bonfire, bringing a sense of security to this bleak night. Wiping the grease off his mouth, Yi Chen leaned against the boulder and murmured to himself, "Grassland wild boar tastes good. I can even eat it without seasoning." Grassland wild boars were of a very low rank, only rank 1 demonic beasts. In the Great Devil Grassland, they were definitely at the bottom of the food chain, and were the food for most of the other demonic beasts. However, the wild boars were extremely fertile. A female wild boar could give birth to dozens of baby wild boars, and they could even reproduce the next year. Since the ancient times, they had been the largest group of demonic beasts in the Great Devil Grassland. If it weren't for the hunting of humans and demonic beasts, the entire Great Devil Grassland would have been plagued by wild boars. Yi Chen poked the bonfire with the fire stick in his hand, making it burn even brighter. Yi Chen sat down with his legs crossed and started his daily training. The first and second stages of the Great Mystery Art were the basics of the basics. Only by building a solid foundation could one start on the third stage. The third stage focused on condensing Jin Qi, and the quality of the Jin Qi would not be any weaker than the Jin Qi trained with a high-rank mortal realm art. After reaching the fourth stage, the quality of the Jin Qi would be improved to the next level. At the fifth stage, the quality of the Jin Qi would be even better than the pure Jun Jin Qi, and its color would gradually turn into a light blue color. As the Jun Qi completed one big cycle after another, there was not much pure Jun Jin Qi left inside Yi Chen's body. The Great Mystery Jun Qi took up more than 90% of his Jun Qi spiral. When the rest of the pure Jun Jin Qi turns into the Great Mystery Jin Qi, I will be able to reach the sixth stage of the Great Mystery Art. By then, the quality and quantity of the Jun Qi will both be greater than the original pure Jun Jin Qi, and my overall power will be even greater. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Chen increased the speed of his Jun Qi circulation. Hoo 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 hoo, the strong wind whistled, blowing the grass on the grassland to the ground, unable to stand up straight. The faint sound of footsteps rang out along with the wind. 2 scarlet lights slowly approached from afar, gradually approaching Yi Chen's location. Under the dim moonlight, one could see that the scarlet light was the eyes of the demon beast. It was a huge cyan wolf the size of a buffalo. Its fluffy fur was like a burning cyan flame bouncing in the wind. Its blood-red eyes were emotionless, staring at the bonfire behind the boulder. 4th level demonic beast. Blue fire wolf. 100 meters, 60 meters, 30 meters. At this time, the blue fire wolf could already see Yi Chen's side profile. Seeing that he was meditating and cultivating, a cruel glint flashed across its eyes. Whoosh! The blue fire wolf lowered its body and leapt up. The next moment, its claws were less than 3 feet away from Yi Chen. If it took one more step, it would be able to tear Yi Chen into pieces and enjoy the delicious flesh and blood. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen made a fist with his left hand. Without any fancy moves, the blue fire wolf was blasted hundreds of meters away, and its body flipped dozens of times in the air. Boom! Its body fell heavily on the ground, and the blue firewolf's forehead exploded. Red and white blood flowed all over the ground, and soon it stopped breathing. Under the cover of the night, some demonic beasts that were eyeing Yi-chun like tigers whimpered, turned around, and ran. That human was too scary. The blue fire wolf, which was definitely one of the best among them, could not even take one punch from him. Its head exploded, and it died miserably. The Gale City was the only city on the Devil Prairie. Its area was not any smaller than the biggest city in the Northwest, the Forgotten City. It was more than 50 miles in length and width, and had a population of more than 15 million. Among them, 1/3 were migrant workers, who made a living by selling demonic beast materials. Sigh, we lost big this time. We failed to capture the demonic horse, and 5 of our members were killed by the rank 4 demonic beast, the blue fire wolf, who knew that the demonic horse would run into the territory of the blue fire wolf. We were lucky to make it back. Poor Song Tao, it was his first time hunting with us. Since they are dead, send some money to their families. Especially Song Tao's new wife. Give her double the money. Of course. Hearing the size of these warriors, Yi-chun thought to himself, people say that warriors in the Gale City earn money fast, but they also lose their lives fast. From afar, Yi-chun could see the magnificent Gale City. He pressed the edge of his bamboo hat and quickened his pace. Not long after, Yi-chun arrived at the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city were all tall and strong. Their temples were bulging, and their eyes were shining with a sharp light which could make people shiver. Obviously, they were mortal realm stage 10 warriors, and the leaders of the soldiers were even early condensing reality realm warriors. If that was all, it would not be a big deal, but with Yi Chen's perception, he could clearly sense that there were clasping Yuan realm warriors in the blockhouses on the city wall. Such a strong defense. No wonder it could stand in the middle of the Devil Prairie without being attacked by demonic beasts for thousands of years. Yi-chun was shocked. A few captains patrolled the city gate and said loudly, 5 silvers per person. Whoever dares to sneak in, not only will they be fined 10 times the entrance fee, they will also be imprisoned for 10 days. Don't do anything that you will regret. There is no medicine for regret in this world. 5 silvers? So expensive. Yi-chun remembered that the Windy City only needed 50 copper coins, and the Happy City only needed 1 silver. He did not expect that the Gale City actually needed 5 silvers. It was simply unbelievable. However, when he saw that all the people entering the city were martial artists, Yi-chun was relieved. A martial artist could earn more than 50 silvers by killing a rank 1 beast, 300 or 400 silvers by killing a rank 2 beast, and 1,000 or 2,000 silvers by killing a rank 3 beast. 5 silvers was just a small amount. Taking out a 5 silvers piece from his pocket, Yi-chun entered the Gale City. Captain, is it him? A captain looked at Yi-chun's back and whispered into the captain's ear. The captain nodded. Although he is wearing a bamboo hat, his body is exactly the same as the one in the portrait. We have killed him before. That man said that he would give us 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones after this. Then our hard work these days will be worth it. 100 low-rank soul stones, you get 30%, and I get 70%. Do you have any objections? How could I have any objections? Without you, Captain, this task would not be mine. That's good. You sent a few punks to keep an eye on him. Don't let him run out of sight. I will go inform the other party now and get the gold and low-rank soul stones. Okay. Walking on the street, Yi-chun looked up and around. Overall, the Gale City was not as luxurious as the Happy City. The structure of the buildings was mainly solid, looking both magnificent and practical. Of course, not all the buildings were like this. In the distance, there were restaurants rising from the ground, 4 to 5 stories high, 5 to 6 stories high, looking majestic, and some places were even inlaid with precious metals. I am tired of eating barbecue. Every day, let's go in and sit and take a bath. Feeling relaxed, Yichen walked to the nearest luxury restaurant. Sir, how many? The waiter bowed and said respectfully. Yi Chun threw a 10 silver piece to the waiter and said lightly, just one, give me a first-class room, and prepare hot water. Okay, this way, please. The waiter put the money into his pocket and happily led Yi Chun upstairs. This was a very spacious guest room. There was a living room full of landscape paintings, a comfortable bedroom, and a bathroom for bathing. In the middle of the bathroom was a small pool filled with hot water, and the steam slowly rose, making everything hazy. Taking off his clothes, Yichen jumped into the pool and immediately let out a comfortable moan. Lying on the back of the pool, Yichen said leisurely, "It's so good to be rich." In the other world, although I was a student at a famous university, I was still an orphan. I had to work during the summer and winter holidays, and the money I earned was not even enough for my monthly living expenses. I didn't even dare to have a girlfriend because I was afraid of spending money. But here, the gold I have is enough for me to live for a few lifetimes. If I sell my valuable things, I would be richer than the 10 corrupt officials of the Windy Nation combined. Before his soul traveled to this world, Yichen was very envious of the martial artists in the martial arts novels. They all drank and ate and spent money like water. They never had to worry about not having enough money, and when they ran out of money, they could just go out and do some business, and they could earn more money than an ordinary person could earn in 10 lifetimes. Then, they could continue to practice their martial arts. Now, his dream had come true, and he was even more carefree than those so-called martial artists, and he was even more powerful than them. He could casually kill a level 5 or level 6 demon beast, and he could earn tens of thousands of silvers. It was okay if he didn't want to kill demon beasts, because the gold he had was enough for him to use for a long time, and the low-rank and mid-rank soul stones were not included. While thinking, Yichen closed his eyes and fell into a 90% deep sleep. The remaining 10% of consciousness was hidden deep in his mind, and if someone entered the room, he would be able to sense it immediately. In another private room of a restaurant, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face was sitting on a comfortable leather chair, drinking wine. It was the Purple Sun Martial School's intelligence master, Zhu Liang. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the door of the private room. Zhu Liang said with a cold voice, "Come in." The door opened, and the captain of the soldiers walked in with a bow. "The person you want us to pay attention to has arrived in the Gale City and is currently in the Great Jinhua restaurant. Look, gold and soul stones. Gold and soul stones will be yours. Keep watching. But didn't you say that you would give it to us once the good guy arrived?" Zhu Liang's eyes were like knives. He glanced at the captain's face. "Are you afraid that I won't give it to you? 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones are nothing to me. On the other hand, if you let that brat escape, not only will you not get a single cent, I will also take your life." "Yes, yes." The captain of the soldiers was a peak early condensing reality realm warrior, but under Zhu Liang's stare, he was sweating profusely, and his legs were shaking. "All right, you can leave now." Waiting until the captain left, Zhu Liang grinned. "Yichen, you didn't expect that we have a spy in the Sky Cloud Martial School, did you? We will know once you leave. Let's see where you can run to this time." Chapter 169. Yichen didn't wake up until the evening. His iron-like skin didn't wrinkle after being soaked in the hot water. Instead, he looked even more energetic. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Yichen walked out of the room and went downstairs. "Sir, let me show you to a private room." There were many waiters in this restaurant. This one wasn't the one Yichen had seen before, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that people who could afford expensive rooms would definitely be able to afford a private room. After all, a night in Jinhua restaurant cost 50 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 500 taels of silver. Yichen nodded. He was indeed hungry. Jinhua restaurant had 5 floors. The 4th and 5th floors were guest rooms, the 3rd and 2nd floors were private rooms, and only the 1st floor was the main hall, which could accommodate many people. At the door of the 6th private room on the 3rd floor, the waiter pushed the door open, bowed, and said, "This is the best private room of our restaurant. Please come in." Walking in, Yichen took a quick glance at the private room. The environment of the private room was very good. It could even be called luxurious. On the east side of the room, there was a huge window from which he could see the street outside. However, this wasn't too strange for him. He quickly turned his eyes back and said, "Bring us all the specialties of your restaurant, and 3 pots of good wine. The stronger the better." "All right, please wait a moment." After the door was closed, Yichen sat on a leather chair in front of the table. After watching the street for a while, Yichen felt bored, so he took out a sheathed long sword from his storage ring. Clang! He pulled out the sword, and a cold sword light shone. As the sword light faded away, one could see the long and thin lines on the body of the sword, which looked like coiling dragons. The Dragon Spring Sword, the best sword produced by the Sky Cloud Martial School. It's indeed 1 grade higher than the Hidden Cloud Sword. Holding the sword, Yichen slashed at the air. Puff! Without using any Jin Qi, the air was cut open by the sharp edge of the sword. The process was very smooth, without any hindrance. Putting the sword back into its sheath, Yichen thought to himself, "The Dragon Spring Sword is basically the best weapon an ordinary warrior can make, but I wonder how to make a graded treasure, and how to store those special energies in it so that it can increase a warrior's attacking power." Great weapons were not something that normal martial institutions could make. Even rank 7 martial institutions could not do it. Most of the great weapons in the Windy Nation came from the outside world, or were found in some ruins. If one wanted to make one themselves, it would be extremely hard, even harder than reaching the astral reaching realm. At least there was still a way to reach the astral reaching realm, but no one knew how to make great weapons. The Hidden Cloud Sword had been destroyed, and Ji Hao couldn't find a suitable low-rank sword for the time being. Fortunately, the Dragon Spring Sword was not bad, except for the fact that it couldn't release sword chi by itself. It was much harder than the Hidden Cloud Sword. Therefore, Ji Hao should be able to use it for a period of time. Of course, if he had the chance, he would still buy a low-rank sword. A series of knocks came from the door. Yichen put the Dragon Spring Sword back into his storage ring. Creak! For waiters walked in with dishes in their hands. The leading waiter smiled and said, "Dear guest, our Gale City is located in the great Devil Grassland. There are countless demonic beasts here, and the most special dishes are the demonic beasts' recipes. Please try it. It's definitely fresher and more tender than ordinary meat." "I've heard about this before. Can you introduce some dishes to me?" "All right. This dish is called Phoenix Spreading Wings. It's made from the wings of a rank 3 demonic beast, Red Smelting Bird, cooked through 18 steps. This dish is called Old Tree Blooming. It's made from the gallbladder of a rank 2 demonic beast, Iron Gut Snake. Step by step, it's made from the meat of a bamboo snake, Mountain Snow. It's made from a rank 3 demonic beast. The waiter seemed to have practiced this before. He listed all the dishes on the table in one breath, without pausing in the middle, and finished everything in one go. Yichen tasted one of the dishes and found that it tasted surprisingly good. What's more, the yuan qi contained in the meat hadn't completely dissipated. For ordinary people, it was definitely a great tonic. "All right, you can leave now." Yichen poured himself a glass of wine and waved his hand to let them leave. Perhaps it was a habit, but while eating, Yi Chen subconsciously spread out his soul power, covering the surrounding 500 meters. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. In the private room next door. Captain, didn't we agree to pay when the person arrives? Why do we still need to monitor him? There were two people sitting at the table, and the one who spoke was the captain of the guards at the city gate. However, he had changed out of his soldier's armor and put on a warrior's uniform. The captain, who was also wearing a warrior's uniform, said, "That person's strength is even higher than the lieutenant. We can't provoke him. Forget it. Let's continue to monitor him. Anyway, we've endured for so many days, we don't have to worry about 1 or 2 days. When the time comes, we'll have 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank spirit stones. I'm not afraid of getting tired. I'm afraid that the other party won't pay. That shouldn't be possible. I think he has a high status that gold and spirit stones are nothing to him." "I hope so." The two of them kept their voices low. They thought that they could hide it from the others. But little did they know that all of this had already fallen into Yi Chen's senses. "It seems that I'm the target. The multiple mountain martial school is too far away from here. So it's not possible. It's probably the Purple Sun Martial School. Back in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were determined to kill them, and Yi Chen believed that the Purple Sun Martial School's leaders were involved." Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. He kept eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. After dinner, Yi Chen went back to the guest room on the 4th floor to rest. Late at night, the silhouette sat on the bed with his legs crossed and slowly let out a breath. The 6th level of the Great Mystery Art had been achieved. At this moment, the pure Jun Zhen Qi inside Yi Chen's body had disappeared and was replaced by the purer and greater Great Mystery Qi. The Zhen Qi spiral formed by the Great Mystery Zhen Qi was 10% larger than the pure Jun Zhen Qi spiral. It had a light blue color and was extremely pure. It looked like the airflow formed by a light blue crystal. It was lively yet steady, and it was pure yet lethal. My cultivation hasn't improved, but my power has improved. I wonder what will the 7th level of the Great Mystery Art be like. Yi Chen didn't feel sleepy at all. He walked out of the bed. Yes. What made him a bit speechless was that moaning sounds came from the room next to his. Even though he had never experienced it before, he knew what the other party was doing. "Sleep early. I'll leave tomorrow morning." With a bitter smile, Yi Chen tried his best to suppress his boiling blood and went back to bed. "What? He just came yesterday, and he's leaving today?" In a private room of a restaurant, Zhu Liang's eyebrows twitched as he said in a low voice. The captain lowered his head and said, "Yes, he paid for the room not long ago and left the great Jinhua restaurant, heading towards the East City Gate. Damn you! Can I kill you again? This time?" Zhu Liang felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he pressed his palm on the purple vibrating wood table next to him. Without making any sound, the wooden table was burned into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. The captain was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that Zhu Liang would slap him into ashes. After a long while, Zhu Liang calmed down, took out a small box from his storage ring, stood up and said, "There are 10,000 gold and 10 low-rank soul stones in here." After saying that, he lifted his foot and was about to leave. The captain froze for a second, then forced a smile and said, "Sir, didn't we agree on 100,000 gold and 100 low-rank soul stones? You still dare to ask for gold and low-rank soul stones? Do you believe that I won't kill you with one slap?" Zhu Liang's cold voice came. Don't. The captain had never been so frustrated before, but in front of Zhu Liang, he had to endure it no matter how frustrated he was. He thought to himself, "It looks like you don't have the confidence to kill that guy. All right, I hope you get killed by him. Walking out of the restaurant, Zhu Liang rushed towards the East City Gate as fast as the wind. Yi Chun, I will never let you get away this time. I will follow you for now. When the few leaders of the hunting hall arrive, it will be your death day. Last time, Zhu Liang was severely injured by a demonic beast in the Silent Hills. He had to rest for 3 months to fully recover, but when he fully recovered, he learned that Yi Chun had severely injured the multiple mountain martial school's head elder, who was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist with a single sword attack. This was definitely a heavy blow to him, because he was only a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He was no longer a match for Yi Chun. Otherwise, he would have gone after Yi Chun by himself long ago, instead of sending people to keep an eye on him and wait for the hunting hall's leader to arrive. However, the leader of the hunting hall still needed half a day to arrive, so he didn't have much time left. Walking out of the East City Gate, Zhu Liang activated his flying art and flew as fast as lightning. Soon, Zhu Liang saw the back of a young man who was wearing a bamboo hat. Unhurriedly moving forward, Yi Chun released his soul power to its limit. He could sense everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. He's here. Without turning his head around, Yi Chun had already pictured the young man's face in his mind with only his soul power. It was a man with a scar on his face. He seemed to have seen this young man before during the inner disciple ranking competition. Back then, this young man was an invited guest, sitting together with other famous martial artists. Without slowing down, Yi Chun flew towards a less populated area. Something's wrong. Does he know that I am following him? Zhu Liang's eyelids twitched. Before, he dared to follow Yi Chun directly because there were a lot of clasping Yuan realm martial artists, which made it less noticeable. But now, within a radius of a few miles, there was no one else. Right at this moment, Yi Chun turned around and looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Run! Without thinking about anything else, Zhu Liang activated his Zhen Qi to its limit, turned around, and prepared to run. You can't get away. Unknowingly, another Yi Chun had appeared behind Zhu Liang, blocking his way. What's going on? Zhu Liang turned around and saw that the previous Yi Chun had disappeared along with the wind. It was actually a Zhen Qi silhouette, not the real Yi Chun. What do you want? Zhu Liang tried to stay calm. Stroking his storage ring, Yi Chun said blandly, If I'm not wrong, your identity as a martial artist is just a disguise. Your real identity is an elder of the Purple Sun Martial School. Am I right? In rank 7 institutions, martial artists who had reached the clasping Yuan realm were qualified to become outer elders. Of course, if one was a disciple before, one could temporarily not become an outer elder. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could directly become an inner elder and hold a part of the power of the school. Don't joke around. I'm just a martial artist. Yi Chun sneered, and the dragon spring sword appeared in his hand. Chapter 170. Don't waste your time. You're going to die today. As soon as the word die came out of his mouth, the dragon spring sword flew out of its sheath and swung towards Zhu Liang, who was 10 steps away from him. Zhu Liang had been prepared for this. His fire-attributed Zhen Qi surged out of his body and transformed into a huge fireball. The temperature of the fireball was incredibly high, and tiny sparks of flame fell off from it, burning fist-sized black holes on the ground and raising a puff of smoke. With the protection of the fireball, Zhu Liang's confidence was boosted. He thought to himself, my scorching sun protective art has already reached the highest level, the 9th level. Even if I can't take the opponent's attack, I won't be broken by a single sword attack. As for that multiple mountain martial school's head elder, he was too careless. Puff! The light blue sword Qi instantly hacked on the fireball, and a terrifying cutting power burst out, bringing up tens of thousands of fire sparks. Before Zhu Liang realized what was going on, his defensive Jin Qi had already been broken, and his right arm was sent flying away. I am the Purple Sun Martial School's intelligence elder. How dare you kill me? If you kill me, you'll die too. Even if you run to the end of the world, you won't be able to escape. The bone-piercing pain made Zhu Liang's face twist. Only until now did he realize that Yi Chun was indeed too powerful for him to handle. Therefore, he didn't have the time to worry about his own injuries, and crazily boosted up his Jin Qi, darted out, and yelled. Cut! Yi Chun didn't move at all. Instead, he launched another, even more powerful sword Qi. Puff! While he was on his way, Zhu Liang's body was split into two. Blood gushed out and dyed a large patch of grass red. Not bad, but too bad, not as good as Hong Qianjun. Shaking his head, Yi Chun waved his hand, and Zhu Liang's right arm flew over, then shattered into pieces, leaving only a storage ring in his hand. Injecting his Jin Qi into the storage ring, Yi Chun quickly expelled the remaining Jin Qi from Zhu Liang's body and opened the space inside. This guy is quite rich. A smile appeared on Yi Chun's face. In the small space, there were a total of 50 big chests and 30 small chests. The big chests contained 100,000 gold taels, and the small chests contained 10,000 gold taels. In addition, there was a pile of low-grade spirit stones. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 20,000 of them, which was equivalent to 8 million gold taels. As for the other things, Yi Chun did not care about them. Raising his head, Yi Chun looked in the direction of the Gale City and mumbled to himself, the Purple Sun Martial School wouldn't just send out an intelligence elder to kill me. There should be more powerful ones behind me. I should leave first. Using the shadow clone technique, Yi Chun raised his speed to the limit. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was already several miles away. When he looked again, he was nowhere to be found. A long time after Yi Chun left, 3 silhouettes flew over. Their speed was so fast that they left a purple wave of air behind them. It was gorgeous and domineering. Bang, bang, bang. A few huge cracks appeared on the ground. 3 silhouettes landed on the ground. One was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, one was an ugly elder, and the last one was a muscular man with a full beard. The 3 of them looked very different, but the aura they emitted was equally dangerous. Glancing at Zhu Liang's dead body, the gloomy middle-aged man's face became colder and colder. Useless thing! You can't even follow someone well. What a waste of your title as the intelligence elder of the Purple Sun Martial School. Good, this little brat did not go far. With our speed, we will catch up with him soon. The ugly elder laughed and said, Our speed is close to the speed of sound. This little brat will not be able to run away. Let's go. The muscular man did not smile, but he was obviously the leader of the 3. After giving the order, the 3 of them jumped up from the ground and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. The great Devil Prairie was thousands of miles in radius, and there were countless beasts. At this moment, Yi Chun was blocked by a black-crowned serpent, a 6th-rank demonic beast. This black-crowned serpent is faster than me. It can fly in the air with its beast chi. Fortunately, it is only an ordinary 6th-rank demonic beast, which is equal to a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. I can barely defeat it. Otherwise, I would have to pay a big price to leave today. Standing still, Yi Chun looked at the black-crowned serpent up and down. This black-crowned serpent was over 40 meters long, and its coiled body looked like a small hill. The scales on its body were as big as human heads, shining with a black luster. On its huge head, there was a black crown, which made it look quite terrifying. Croak, croak, croak. Different from ordinary snake-type demonic beasts, This black-crowned serpent's voice was no longer a hiss, but a high-pitched cry, which sounded like the cry of a baby. Mountain condensed sword chi. Before the black-crowned serpent made any move, Yichen launched the first attack. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and released a mountain-thick stream of sword chi. The black-crowned serpent was enraged. It swung its water-tank-thick tail horizontally, scraped off a layer of the ground, and heavily bumped against the light blue sword chi. The black-crowned serpent didn't even have the time to release its power before it was shattered by the tail, turning into countless tiny pieces of sword chi, splashing in all directions. It seems that the multiple mountain martial schools head elder is quite powerful, said Yi Chun with a serious look. His body flashed across the air, leaving a shred of Zhen Qi's silhouette behind. Puff! Once the shred of Zhen Qi's silhouette was formed, it was minced into pieces by the black-crowned serpent's tail. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had already floated up into the air and launched a light hack down towards the black-crowned serpent. Supreme Shocking Cloud. The sword chi dazzled across the air, along with a thunderous boom. A huge wound was cut open on the black-crowned serpent's body, from which gray-red blood gushed out like a fountain. The black-crowned serpent screamed towards the sky in pain. The strong sound waves spread out and shattered the surrounding grassland, sending grass pieces flying in all directions. High up in the air, a middle-aged man with a sallow skin, wearing a large blue robe, was pouring wine into his mouth from a wine calabash. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "This kid is not bad. At such a young age, he has already reached the highest level of the Shocking Cloud sword art. He even has the sword intent. No wonder that old bastard Cloud Dreamer asked me to protect him and kill some ants." This middle-aged man in a blue robe was actually an astral-reaching, realm-powerful martial artist, Thunder Freer. Wiping the wine off his mouth corner, Thunder Freer shook his head and said, "What a shame this black-crowned serpent is not so easy to deal with. Even martial artists at the same level would have to stay away from it. It's one of the dominators of the great devil grassland, many times more powerful than the wind vulture, which only relies on its speed." Down on the ground, the black-crowned serpent's eyes turned blood-red because of the pain. Then it spurted out a fan-shaped beam of black light towards Yi Chun. Wherever the black light reached, the ground would be corroded, leaving a tens of meters wide hole, and the black liquid would emit a strong, stinky smell. "Watch out!" Yi Chen's body flashed across the air, leaving a series of Zhen Qi afterimages in the air. Pop, pop, pop. The Zhen Qi afterimages were instantly swept away by the black light, disappearing into thin air. Dodging the black light, Yi Chen landed hundreds of meters away, murmured to himself, "It seems like I have to use the one sword attack." While talking, he took a step forward with his right foot, holding the sword with both of his hands, and swung the sword out. Swoosh! The sword chi condensed into a beam of white light, darted out at an unimaginable speed, and hacked on the black-crowned serpent's head. The black-crowned serpent didn't even have the time to dodge, and a huge gap appeared on its head. Even its skull was damaged. It had already developed a trace of intelligence, so it didn't dare to risk its life against Yi Chen anymore. The beast chi around its body surged, rolled it up, and flew out to 300 meters away within the blink of an eye. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen was secretly shocked. The black-crowned serpent was only an ordinary rank 6 demonic beast, but it was already so powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he had mastered one of the most powerful ancient sword arts, the one sword refining, he would have been the one running away, and he might not even have been able to escape. Before the first wave died down, another wave came. Yi Chen turned around and sensed 3 extremely powerful auras approaching him. They were even a bit faster than the black-crowned serpent, and it was impossible for him to dodge. "Ha-ha-dai!" Miles away, the 3 Taoists started over. The middle-aged man on the left reached out his right hand and pressed it in the air. Instantly, a scorching palm made of zhenqi sliced through the air and attacked. Late, clasping Yuan, realm martial artists. Facing such a great danger, Yi Chen didn't panic. He once again performed the one-sword attack. A beam of white light pierced through the palm, made of zhenqi, and exploded. The middle-aged man was surprised. Although his palm attack seemed to have been launched from miles away, it still contained 70 to 80% of its power. Even a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist would be killed by it, but this kid managed to resist it for a while. No wonder he was one of the top geniuses in the 9 nations. We can't let this kid live. The sturdy man said coldly. The middle-aged man and the ugly elder nodded. Recently, the Purple Sun Martial School had lost too many geniuses, and they were no longer as powerful as the Sky Cloud Martial School. If Yi Chen was allowed to grow, the Purple Sun Martial School would no longer be able to suppress the Sky Cloud Martial School. Instead, they would be suppressed by the Sky Cloud Martial School, which was something they couldn't accept. The 3 of them moved at an amazing speed and covered miles in just a few blinks of an eye. Shoo! 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 The 3 of them landed on the ground and stared at Yi Chen as if he was a dead man. You are from the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. The ugly elder grinned and said with an evil intention, "You are quite calm. You have the chance to become someone great. That's right. We are the leaders of the hunting hall. We are responsible for hunting the enemies of our martial school. You are so young, and you are already our target. You should be proud of yourself." Yi Chen responded blandly, "I won't die today." Hee. Do you really think someone will come and save you? The middle-aged man grinned. He was not in a hurry to attack. After all, there were 3 late clasping Yuan realm martial artists here. What else could Yi Chen do? Maybe you don't know yet, but before I left, I had a secret discussion with the leader and the head elder. They said that they would send a powerful warrior to protect me before I leave the Windy Nation. If I guessed it right, this powerful warrior should be nearby. He just hasn't shown up yet. Yi Chen was telling the truth. He knew that he was the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the Windy Nation, but compared to the powerful warriors from the older generation, he was still much weaker. Therefore, the leader and the head elder didn't trust him, and said that there would be a powerful warrior protecting him all the way until he left the Windy Nation. However, he still didn't know who would be protecting him. I would like to see where the powerful warrior is. Come out. The middle-aged man didn't believe what Yi Chen had said. Besides, this grassland was flat, and they could see everything clearly. A powerful warrior would never be able to hide from them. Pop! Once he said this, a 1-meter-thick lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck on the middle-aged man's body at an unimaginable speed. This late clasping Yuan realm martial artist didn't even have a chance to fight back before his entire body was turned into ashes. The ground under his body was punctured by the lightning bolt for hundreds of meters deep. Not only Yi Chen, even the sturdy man and the ugly elder gasped. Their fine hairs stood up. Chapter 171. The tall and sturdy man yelled towards the sky. "Thunder Freer, do you know what the consequence of killing the leader of our Purple Sun Martial School is? You still have a chance to leave now. Do you want to be chased by the great master again?" The ugly elder was not as calm as the tall and sturdy man. He knew that his life was in the hands of the great master. If the great master was determined to kill them, running away would be useless. He could only hope that the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School would scare the great master away and make him give up on protecting Yi Chen. Boom! An even thicker thunder arc struck down. It split in half and hit the tall and sturdy man and the ugly elder, respectively. The 2 of them followed in the footsteps of the middle-aged man. Even their protective Zhenqi had been shattered by the Thunder Arc. Two deep holes appeared on the ground. Thunder and fire were burning inside. Tiny electric arcs were everywhere, floating in the air and making cracking noises. Is this the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior? After coming back to his senses, Yi Chen immediately realized that it was an astral-reaching realm warrior who was protecting him. But what shocked him was that the three late clasping Yuan realm warriors did not even have the chance to fight back before they were turned into ashes by the thunder arc that came from the sky. The gap between the two of them was way too huge. Swoosh! In the sky, a beam of thunder light tore apart the clouds and shot down at a speed that was way faster than the speed of sound. Vaguely, a human figure could be seen within the thunder light. In the next second, the thunder light disappeared. The human figure flashed and landed near Yi Chen. He mumbled, "It would have been better if you didn't mention the fire bastard. But now that you have mentioned him, I will not let you go." Yi Chen took a deep breath, bowed, and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Thunderfreer, for saving my life." Turning his head, Thunderfreer laughed. "Cloud Dreamer and I are old friends. I have to help him out. Plus, I have not liked the Purple Sun Martial School and the Fire Bastard for a long time." Fire Bastard? Is he the great master of the Purple Sun Martial School? Yi Chen had heard from Luo Hanshan that the 5 top-ranked martial institutions of the Windy Nation were guarded by great elders, and only astral-reaching realm martial artists could become great elders. This was also the main reason why the Ghost Man didn't dare to attack the 5 top-ranked martial institutions. After all, even if the Ghost Man hadn't fully recovered, he was still a real astral-reaching realm martial artist. He has already reached the mid-astral-reaching realm. Cloud Dreamer and I are both at the peak level of early astral-reaching realm. But 20 years ago, he did not dare to be so arrogant. Your great master Cloud Dreamer's brother disciple, the Dark Cloud Dreamer, was even more powerful than him. Unfortunately, he was easily provoked and died in the siege of the 9 Ghost Cult's powerful warriors. This had a lot to do with the Fire Bastard. I suspect that he had been working with the remaining forces of the 9 Ghost Cult. 9 Evil Cult? He is not afraid of public anger. Yi Chen was surprised. He is not the only one. Back then, the 9 Evil Cult was already doomed, and the remaining forces could not do anything. Therefore, many people started to have bad ideas. They planned to use the remaining forces of the 9 Evil Cult to get rid of the dissidents and suppress the other martial institutions. The former leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Cloud Dreamer, seemed to be a hot-tempered man, but he was just too honest. That was why he suffered such a big loss. He lost a lot of powerful martial artists and suddenly dropped from a top rank 8 martial institution to a rank 9 martial institution. Fortunately, that Cloud Dreamer was smart and cunning. He saved the Sky Cloud Martial School in an extremely dangerous situation and also set up a trap to kill that Fire Bastard's brother and a few top inner masters of the Purple Sun Martial School. Hearing him, Yi Chen nodded. No matter where it was, as long as there were people, there would be conflicts and conspiracies. From small families to big martial institutions, no one would be spared unless human beings were no longer human beings. They were just wooden dummies with no intelligence. I killed the 3 of them. That Fire Bastard must be furious. Unfortunately, he could not do anything to me. I am all alone, and I can come and go freely, unlike him, who has to guard the Purple Sun Martial School. Thunderfreer grabbed the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He said casually, it was the first time for Yi Chen to meet an astral-reaching realm warrior. He knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he asked, Thunderfreer, is the difference between the astral-reaching realm and the clasping Yuan realm really that big? I can easily kill a late clasping Yuan realm warrior. it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Look, while drinking, Thunderfreer raised his left hand. Whew! A bright light shone, and a dark blue Zhen Yuan appeared in the center of Thunderfreer's left hand. This Zhen Yuan had no impurities. It was even purer than a crystal and even brighter than a gem. If it could be condensed into a solid form, it would definitely be priceless in the world where Yichen came from. Did you find anything? Thunderfreer asked. Yichen thought for a while, then said, "It is more than 10 times purer than Zhenqi. Could it be that it was extracted from Zhenqi? Just like my mysterious great art, if I train it to the highest level, I can extract a mouthful of Zhen Yuan, which can easily kill a warrior at the same level as me." Thunderfreer looked impressed. Very smart. Zhen Yuan is the essence of Zhenqi. With the amount of Zhenqi you have right now, you might not be able to extract a mouthful of Zhen Yuan. Even if you could, it would be very, very small and could only be used once. However, astral-reaching realm warriors have Zhen Yuan all over their bodies. If I could not kill a late clasping Yuan realm warrior with one attack, then I would not be able to live in this world anymore. So that's how it is. Liquefying Zhenqi into Zhenqi is not that different, but refining Zhenqi into Zhen Yuan, the difference is unbelievably huge. After all, the former two are only changes in form, while the latter two are changes in level. They are not even comparable. Yichen thought about it. Thunderfreer continued. However, there are exceptions to everything. There are also examples of late clasping Yuan realm warriors beating astral-reaching realm warriors, but the difficulty has been magnified by 10 times. Take you as an example. If your sword intent could not grow, and you did not have any special encounters, you would still be killed by me with one attack when you reach the late clasping Yuan realm. Yichen remained silent. What Thunderfreer said was the truth. The higher the level of a warrior, the harder it would be for him to challenge someone with a higher cultivation. With his current achievement, he could only be counted as a rare genius in the Sky Cloud Martial School, compared to the whole South Rudra region or the whole True Spirit continent. He would not even be worth mentioning. I am not trying to discourage you. I am just giving you an example. With your talent, your sword intent will never stop growing. If you can reach the completion level, and if you have some other special encounters, you might be able to escape from an astral-reaching realm warrior's attack. However, it would be very difficult to fight against them. In the past 100 years, very few people had managed to do it. Xianhe was one of the best. When she was still a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, she had even killed a couple of astral-reaching realm warriors. Her battling power was extremely horrifying, and she was called the top of the top. It was Xianhe again. Yichen had heard her name more than once. As long as it was about the records of warriors, she would always be number one, and no one would be able to surpass her. She was the top of all the martial geniuses, or, in other words, the king of all the martial geniuses in the past hundreds of years. She was so famous that no one could compete with her. Yichen did not know how amazing she was back then, but he was sure that if the two of them were at the same age, Yichen would definitely be the one who would be bullied. It could be seen from the way she had broken through, becoming a condensing reality realm warrior at the age of 11, clasping Yuan realm at the age of 14, astral reaching realm at the age of 18, Sea of Souls realm at the age of 25, and reaching the life and death realm at the age of 35. She was the youngest life and death realm warrior in the past 1,000 years. Just hearing this record made Yichen's hair stand on end. He was almost 17 years old, and was still at the early clasping Yuan realm. It would be almost impossible for him to catch up to her, unless he had more special encounters than her. Thinking about this, Yichen became even more determined to go out and train. If he did not go out and train, he might not be able to become a life and death realm warrior in 500 years, not to mention catching up to Xianhou. You should know that time waits for no one, especially when you're young. You have to seize every second of your time. You can't afford to waste even a single second. You should understand that it's the best time for young people to improve themselves. When you get older, your mentality will change, and your progress will slow down, and you will no longer be able to maintain your peak condition. Since the ancient times, which one of the truly powerful warriors didn't climb up to where they were when they were still young? If you can't become a powerful warrior when you're young, then you will never be able to conquer the whole world and rule the whole true spirit continent. Yi Chen nodded. Senior Thunderfreer, I understand this. That's why I'm so eager to go out and train. I want to seize my own special encounters, or those that don't belong to me. Special encounters, special encounters. This is the most important thing to become a powerful warrior. Unfortunately, I didn't have any special encounters back then, so I will stop at the astral reaching realm for the rest of my life. After sighing, Thunderfreer said, seriously, when you reach the mid or late clasping yuan realm, you have to get a higher level martial art, the higher the better. Yi Chen knew what he was talking about, but he didn't quite understand the details. So he said, if the martial arts rank is too low, then the training speed will be slow. I wonder what rank your great thunder art is. Mid-rank Earth Realm. There isn't a single high-rank Earth Realm martial art in the whole Windy Nation. Even the Emerald Martial Palace's Great Mountain and Water art is only incomplete, not a high-rank Earth Realm martial art. As for why I want you to get a higher-level martial art, it's because when you reach the astral reaching realm, the training speed of a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art is too slow. I spent a whole 10 years to reach the early astral reaching realm from the peak of late clasping yuan realm. 10 years! How much time have I wasted in these 10 years? If I have a higher level martial art, I might be able to make further progress. Training a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art would take 10 years to reach the astral reaching realm from the peak of late clasping yuan realm. Yi Chen was a bit shocked, but he soon understood. Indeed, the 5 leaders of the Windy Nation had been stuck at the peak of late clasping yuan realm for a couple of years now, and still hadn't had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The biggest reason seemed to be that their martial arts rank was too low and the Zhen Yuan extraction speed was too slow. Chapter 172. Looking at the sky, Thunderfreer continued. I reached the peak level late clasping yuan realm when I was 46 and reached the astral reaching realm when I was 56. After that, I only managed to reach the peak level early astral reaching realm from the early astral reaching realm. Without any surprises, the martial arts that are suitable for astral reaching realm warriors should be high-rank Earth Realm or even top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, while the ones suitable for Seas of Souls realm warriors should be Heaven Realm martial arts. If you can't even reach this basic requirement, you will be left behind by other warriors with the same level of talent. Yi Chen, you can give away everything except the martial arts. A good martial art can save you a lot of time. For example, if you have a high-rank Earth Realm martial art, it would only take you 7 to 8 years to reach the astral reaching realm from the peak level late clasping yuan realm. If you have a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, it would only take you 5 to 6 years, and a low-rank Heaven Realm martial art would take you 2 to 3 years. It will be the foundation for you to become a powerful warrior. When you give it to someone else, you are giving the opportunity to become a powerful warrior to them. You have to remember this. I know. Thank you, Senior Thunderfreer, for reminding me. Before, although Yi Chen knew about the effects of martial arts, he did not know much about them. Right now, after hearing Thunderfreer's words, he finally realized that there was a huge difference between having a high-level martial art and not having a high-level martial art. Taking one step forward, one step backward, one step further, one step further, one step further. All right, I have said everything I need to say. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Whether you can become a powerful warrior or not, no one can help you. Before you leave the Windy Nation, I will be watching you from above. You can take care of the small problems yourself. Thunder Freer appreciated Yi Chen, which was why he reminded him. If it were someone else, he would not have bothered to talk to him. Swoosh! Thunder Freer's body shone with a bright thunder light as he flew into the sky within a second. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen thought to himself, I am still far from enough. Passing through the Devil Grassland, what appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes was a vast river called the Wild Goose Falling River. This river was the natural border between the Windy Nation and the Thousand Thread Nation. It is said that even wild geese cannot fly across the Wild Goose Falling River. They will fall into the river midway. I wonder if that is true? Yi Chen frowned as information about the Wild Goose Falling River appeared in his mind. Once a martial artist reached the early clasping Yuan realm, he or she would be able to fly in the air, but it was not unlimited. Once he or she used up all of his Jin Qi, he or she would still have to find a foothold. Only late clasping Yuan realm martial artists would be able to fly for a long time. Apart from that, early clasping Yuan realm warriors could not fly very high, only around 1,000 meters. Mid-clasping Yuan realm warriors could fly up to 2,000 meters, and late clasping Yuan realm warriors could reach up to 3,000 meters. If one became an astral-reaching realm warrior, he could even reach tens of thousands of meters in the air. With Yi Chen's cultivation, he could only fly to a height of 1,000 meters. He couldn't compare to the wild geese, so he probably couldn't fly over the Wild Goose Falling River. Let's try it out first. There were hardly any signs of human habitation here, and since he couldn't find a ferry, he could only rely on himself. Whoosh! Extending his body, Yi Chen flew above the river and flew into the distance. After flying for about 10 miles, the airflow in the surroundings suddenly became chaotic, forming swirls of airflow, which consumed Yi Chen's Jin Qi. After punching through the swirls of airflow, Yi Chen thought to himself, no wonder the wild geese couldn't fly over. The airflow above the Wild Goose Falling River was abnormal. Not to mention normal birds, even ordinary flying demonic beasts would be exhausted by the airflow and fall from the sky. More and more swirls of airflow appeared. In the end, there were even tornadoes, waterspouts, and other natural phenomena. Many flying beasts that passed by fell into the river, and no one knew if they were still alive or not. Break boosted up his Jin Qi. Yi Chen punched out and shattered the waterspout that was coming towards him. The aftershock of the punch shook the surrounding space, and then everything went back to normal. I can't go on any longer. I've used up too much Jin Qi, and my Jin Qi is starting to get dirty. I have to go down. After throwing out this punch, the murky Qi inside Yi Chen's body had increased dramatically, which was a sign that his Jin Qi was in chaos. If he stayed in the air any longer, his Jin Qi would flow in reverse, which would hurt his meridians. After all, he was not a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist yet, and could not stay in the air for a long time. During the flight, he had to use his Jin Qi to shatter the obstacles from time to time. His body floated down to the ground. Yi Chen touched his storage ring with his right hand and took out a waist-thick tree trunk. He then dropped it into the river. Splash! The tree trunk floated on the water, and Yi Chen stepped on it with his feet. He scanned the area with his soul power and found no danger. Yi Chen adjusted his breathing for a while, then activated his Jin Qi and formed a power source behind the tree trunk. A strong wind blew over, and the water on both sides of the river flowed backward quickly. When encountering a tornado or waterspout, Yi Chen only needed to punch out and solve the problem completely. When encountering a demonic beast under the water, He only needed to stomp on the ground, and his pure, mysterious Zhen Qi would spread out, covering an area with a radius of tens of meters. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rank 5 demonic beasts would be cut in half by his sword, and their blood dyed the surface of the river red. Fortunately, I have the pellets that can instantly replenish my Zhen Qi. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to cross the wild goose-falling river. Clasping Yuan realm martial artists were extremely fast. If they used their flying art, they could cover 2,000 to 3,000 miles in 2 hours. However, no clasping Yuan realm martial artists used their Zhen Qi every day because the Zhen Qi of a clasping Yuan realm martial artist could not last for more than a couple of hours. Once their Zhen Qi ran out, it would not only hurt their bodies, but also put them in great danger. However, using the tree trunk to cross the wild goose-falling river would consume a lot more Zhen Qi than using flying art. Because flying art was a skill, it could already save a lot of Zhen Qi. However, forming the power source of Zhen Qi behind the tree trunk did not require a lot of skill. Most of the Zhen Qi used was brute force. Besides, the resistance in the water was greater than that in the air, which increased the consumption of Zhen Qi. Fortunately, Yi Chen had obtained a calabash of medicinal pellets from the Heavenly Dream ancient region, which contained hundreds of them. Normally, he would not be willing to use them when he was traveling, but at this moment, it was understandable for him to use 1 or 2 of them. The wild goose-falling river was not an ocean. No matter how wide it was, it still had a bottom line. After traveling for about 700 to 800 miles, Yi Chen finally saw the other side of the river. Looking at the riverbank and the towering mountains, which were also rarely seen by people, Yi Chen gave a bitter smile and said, "It seems that this part of the road I chose is a bit remote, and there are not many people around. That's good. I want to train myself anyway, so I can go anywhere. I don't need to worry too much." Bang! The tree trunk hit the riverbank, and Yi Chen jumped up into the air. Opening the map, Yi Chen pointed out the location of the mountains and said to himself, "There are 3 mountains on the other side of the wild goose-falling river, 2 small ones, and 1 big one. If I am not mistaken, this mountain should be the biggest one, called the 5-Poison Mountain. It is about the same size as the Silent Hills. It is also thousands of miles wide. Most of the demonic beasts in this mountain are highly poisonous, and the 5 poison beasts are the most famous. The 5 poison beasts were snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and toads. These 5 poisons were the demonic beasts, and they were even more poisonous. Normal condensing reality, realm warriors would definitely die if they touched them. Therefore, Yi Chen had to bring some high-level antidotes with him in case he was poisoned. Putting away the map, Yi Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. Thunder Freer should have left already. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. No matter how dangerous it would be, he would have to survive. Only by surviving could he become a powerful warrior. In the future, he would be surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If he did not want to become one of them, then he would have to walk through it and reach the top step by step. His body flashed. Yi Chen headed towards the 5-Poison Mountain. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and a flying vampire bat was cut in half by Yi Chen's sword. Its corpse was as big as a wild dog, with sharp fangs. The 5-Poison Mountain is indeed the 5-Poison Mountain. On the way here, more than 70% of the demonic beasts were poisonous. Putting the dragon's spring sword back into its sheath, Yi Chen put a miasma-dispelling pellet in his mouth. There were many places in the 5-Poison Mountain that were filled with miasma. It would be fine if the miasma was only for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, it would cause all kinds of symptoms, which would affect one's fighting power. Raising his feet, Yi Chen started walking towards the depths of the mountain. Inside a small valley, there was a muddy pond in the valley, and next to the pond was an empty, flat land. At this moment, a group of people had gathered on the flat land. In front of them was a house-sized, gigantic toad. The toad's body was colorful, and every single one of its tumors was as big as a wash basin. It was releasing a highly poisonous demonic chi, which was spreading everywhere. "Miss Hugo, we'll stop it." The middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, nervously looked at the toad and said to the girl behind him. The girl's face was pale, but she shook her head firmly. "How can I abandon you and leave? After all, I was the one who came to the 5-Poison Mountain." Hearing this, the good-looking young man next to her said anxiously, "Miss, the 5-colored toad is a level 5 demonic beast. Its poisonous chi will kill anyone who touches it. You won't be able to help even if you stay here. Plus, the leader is still waiting for the Zen fragrance grass to save him. Zhang Xian, you don't stay either. Take the young lady and go back together." The middle-aged man's face flashed with determination, and he ordered the young man to take the young lady away. "Dad." The young man's face was full of pain. One was his father, and the other was the young lady he loved. He did not want to give up on either one. Shoo! Right then, the 5-colored toad attacked. Its 10-meter-long tongue curled up, and a guard was sucked into its mouth and swallowed. "Son of a bitch!" The middle-aged man held his blade with both of his hands and slashed. Chin! The blade chi barely broke through the 5-colored toad's defense. Streams of blood fell onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. All of a sudden, an unpleasant smell spread out. 2 guards who were standing close to the toad fell onto the ground with white foam coming out of their mouths, dead. The blood is poisonous as well. A human figure appeared above the entrance of the valley. He saw this scene and thought to himself, it was indeed Yi Chun. After a couple of hours of traveling, he had already passed through the edge of the 5-Poison Mountain. Luckily, he did not run into any powerful demonic beasts. The real powerful demonic beasts should be deep in the center of the mountain and were not likely to come out. Shoo! The 5-colored toad's tongue was long and thin. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. This time, it had already pierced through the chests of 2 guards and was heading towards the girl in the middle of the crowd. "Piss off!" The young man barely managed to raise his long sword horizontally in front of the girl, trying to cut off the toad's tongue. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not compete with the toad's tongue. The long and thin tongue curled up and wrapped around his arm, dragging him towards the girl. The middle-aged man was a clasping Yuan realm warrior, after all. Seeing that his son was entangled, he wanted to help. But just as he raised his long blade, a cloud of poisonous chi suddenly sprayed onto his body. Boom! The protective Zhun chi started to twist intensely, and the middle-aged man's body was blown away. Without the middle-aged man's help, the 2 guards who had been pierced through by the toad's tongue were dragged into the air along with the young man, falling towards the 5-colored toad's huge mouth. Shoo! The sword chi flashed across, and the 5-colored toad's tongue was cut off. Chapter 173. The young man hurriedly stepped back. As for the 2 guards who had their chests pierced through, they were already dead, connected by the toad's broken tongue. "Zhang Xian, are you all right?" Not far away, the middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood and rushed over. The young man shook his head, then looked up at the valley and said, "He saved me." The pretty girl's eyes shone brightly. The young man was only 16 or 17 years old, and he still looked a bit immature. However, the power of that sword move was indeed terrifying. He had easily cut off the toad's tongue, giving people a feeling that he had done it so easily. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." The middle-aged man was also shocked by Yi Chen's power, but he was still calm. He clearly knew that the outside world was a vast world, and that some of the most talented geniuses could be as powerful or even more powerful than the older generation. For example, Wei Dongxi, the head disciple of the Green Bamboo Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Thousand Thread Nation, could be counted as a great genius. Yi Chen's robe fluttered in the air. Within a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the crowd and said blandly, "It's nothing. Don't mention it." The pretty girl still said gratefully, "If it weren't for you, we would all have died here. Be careful." Before she finished her words, the pretty girl's expression changed. In her line of sight, the toad's eyes had turned blood red, and it spurted out a cloud of 5-colored beast chi towards Yi Chun. The beast chi swept across the entire area, withered all the plants in its path, and left a deep ditch on the ground. Yi Chen's senses were extremely sharp, and he was able to sense every single move of the toad. He tilted his body and swung the dragon spring sword, releasing a light blue stream of sword chi. Puff! The sword chi cut open the 5-colored beast chi, and fiercely hacked on the toad's head. Gug-a-gug-goo, the toad let out muffled screeches, and its house-sized body was sent flying backwards, creating a few large cracks on the valley wall, causing rocks to tumble down. Mountain condensing sword chi. This toad was much weaker than the black crown serpent, but it had a great defensive power. A normal sword attack wouldn't be able to kill it. Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time, so he launched a small attack. Puff, puff, puff. The thick sword chi contained a great deal of power. It easily cut through the rainbow toad's ugly skin and pierced through, leaving a deep mark on the wall behind it. After suffering such a heavy blow, the 5-colored toad's body twitched violently. Then its body went limp and it stopped breathing. Clang! Putting the sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen reached out his hand and waved. The inner pellet of the 5-colored toad broke out of its chest and was sucked over. Amazing! The toad is dead. The 5-colored toad is equal to a mid-clasping yuan realm martial artist. Martial artists at the same level as them would have to stay away from it. This person is even younger than my nephew. I didn't expect him to be able to kill the 5-colored toad with a single strike. The surviving guards were all mid or late condensing reality realm warriors. They had always heard about how powerful some of the geniuses were, but they had never seen them in person. Today, they were all shocked. Yi Wuzhen said, "Shen and I, Yi Shenli, I Shan." Yi Chen shook his head. "I'm leaving soon. No need to tell me my name." He had saved the toad without much effort, so he didn't need to waste too much of his time. Since he could easily save the toad, why not? Putting away the toad's core, Yi Chen turned around and said, "Everyone, be careful. I won't bother you anymore." Then he was about to leave. Cough, cough. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, which smelled horrible. His face turned colorful. Yi Chen frowned. "You've been poisoned." The middle-aged man activated his Zhen Qi and tried to suppress the poison. He forced a smile and said, "The toad's poisonous beast Qi is way too powerful. It poisoned me through my protective Zhen Qi. Don't move. Let me try to detoxify you." Yi Chen flashed behind the middle-aged man, put his hands on the man's back, and poured his pure, mysterious Zhen Qi into the man's body through the meridians in his arms. After a while, Yi Chen took back his hands, let out a breath of turbid air, and said, "The toad's poison is way too powerful. Zhen Qi alone won't be able to detoxify it. We have to make some detoxifying pellets. Luckily, he is not poisoned too much, so he won't be in danger for now." The pretty woman thought of something. Normally, when someone is poisoned by a highly poisonous beast, the detoxifying pellet must be made from the beast. This toad, the pretty woman looked at Yi Chen. The toad was killed by him, so he had the right to deal with it. She couldn't make a decision on her own. "You guys do whatever you want. He didn't plan on taking the materials from the toad. After dissecting the materials from the toad, the group was ready to leave. Yichen saw that they were either injured or poisoned, and they didn't have much fighting power. They probably wouldn't be able to walk out of this dangerous 5-poison mountain. He said helplessly, "Let me send you out." The pretty woman was grateful. She had a good impression of Yi Chun. On the way, Yi Chun learned about their names and situations. The pretty woman's name was Lin Qingmei. She was the daughter of the Lin family in Black Rock City, which was near the 5-poison mountain. The poisoned middle-aged man was called Lu Zhengde. He was Lu Zhengshuan's father and was also an elder of the Lin family. They entered the 5-poison mountain to collect a rare spiritual plant, Zen fragrance grass. However, the Zen fragrance grass was guarded by the toad, so they were almost wiped out. After leaving the 5-poison mountain, they walked for hundreds of miles towards the east. A city built with black rocks appeared in front of Yichen. It's about the same size as the Qingfeng city. It shouldn't be very powerful. Normally, the martial schools had their own mountains and were very powerful. The big families lived in bigger and more prosperous cities. For example, the Luo city where the Yi family lived was only second to the Forgotten City and the Gale city. The Black Rock city couldn't be compared to it. After entering the city, Yi Chun saw that the guards had strange expressions on their faces, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The Lin family was located in the southern area of the Black Rock city. Judging from the size and layout of the city, they could barely be counted as a medium-sized family. There was a huge gap between them and the big families. "Miss, you're back. The leader of the family asked us to go see him as soon as we saw you." Master Lu was poisoned? The housekeeper, who was standing in front of the gate, saw Lin Qingmei and the others. His eyes brightened, and he hurried over to greet them. However, when he saw Lu Zhengde's condition, he couldn't help but yell out. Lin Qingmei forced a smile and said, "All right, I'll be right there." Inside a room in the small courtyard, Yichen sat on the bed with his legs crossed, holding a low-rank soul stone in each of his hands. He had his eyes closed and was training. The mysterious great art had 11 levels in total, and each level was more difficult than the previous one. Before reaching the 11th level, he had to try his best to step into the higher levels as soon as possible and increase his fighting power. Otherwise, if he encountered a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, he would not have enough power. After an unknown period of time, crack! The low-rank soul stone in his hand shattered. Yichen opened his eyes. "I'm now at the peak of the 6th level. I guess I'll be able to reach the 7th level in a couple of days." Throwing away the broken low-rank soul stone, Yichen walked out of the bed. Boom! Right at this moment, the entire Lin family slightly shook, as if a small earthquake had happened. Someone is fighting. Without much hesitation, Yichen opened the door and rushed towards the source of the tremor. On the welcoming plaza of the Lin family, two groups of people were facing each other. The group of people in the welcoming hall were the powerful warriors of the Lin family, while on the other side were a group of people in yellow robes led by a chubby middle-aged man and an elderly man in black robes. On the Lin family's side, a man was lying on the ground while puking blood. He had obviously been wounded by someone, and the wound was quite serious. "Hee, Lin Taimu, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson yet. If you don't hand over the forging method of our Huang family's cold iron sword, I'll injure one of your Lin family's powerful warriors every day. Let's see how long you can last," the chubby middle-aged man said in a creepy tone while caressing the emerald ring on his finger. The master of the Lin family's face was pale and bloodless, as if he had been seriously wounded. He ordered someone to help the injured Lin family's powerful warrior up, then said in a cold voice, The forging method of the cold iron sword was passed down by the Lin family's ancestors. It has nothing to do with your Huang family. How can you claim that it was lost by your Huang family? The chubby middle-aged man said, My Huang family established itself in the Black Rock city much earlier than your Lin family. You're just an outsider. How can you have the forging method of the cold iron sword? Elder Lu, please teach him a lesson so that he won't forget the pain of the past. The old man in black robes smiled evilly. Master of the Lin family, you were hit by my black killing palm half a month ago. How are you feeling now? Your meridians must be in great pain every day. Don't you dare. Lin Qingmei couldn't help but walk out from the crowd. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you one thing. I'm interested in your daughter, Master of the Lin family. What do you think? A lustful look flashed across the old man's eyes. He reached out his hand, and a tremendous amount of Zhen Qi emerged from his palm, preparing to suck Lin Qingmei over. Qi! A sword Qi shot out, cutting off the old man's Zhen Qi. Who are you? The old man in black robes had a gloomy look on his face. Yichen walked to the plaza and said, You're disturbing me. The chubby middle-aged man thought that it was a powerful martial artist, but when he saw a teenager, who looked no older than 16 or 17, walk out, he laughed and said, Lin Taimu, don't tell me that this is a powerful martial artist invited by your Lin family. Do you really think that he can stop Elder Lu? The old man in black robes said coldly, Little brat, if you dare to stop me, you will die today. When Lin Qingmei saw Yi Chun, a joyful look flashed across her face. But soon after, a worried look appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, Why did you come out? Yi Chun asked, Who are they? Lin Qingmei said, That hateful fatty is the master of the Huang family in the Black Rock City. He has been coveting the forging method of the cold iron sword of our Lin family. He didn't dare to touch our Lin family in the past, but recently he invited this powerful martial artist called Elder Lu, who injured my father. I came to the Five Poisons mountain range to collect some Zen herbs to treat my father's injury. Oh, Yichen nodded and didn't say another word. Lin Taimu, the master of the Lin family, asked, Qingmei, is this little brother the one who brought you out of the Five Poisons mountain range? Yes, father. Since he saved our lives, why don't you take him to rest? Lin Taimu could tell that Yi Chun was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, so he didn't want to get him involved in this. Lin Qingmei had a complicated look on her face. Yi Chen's power was obvious. He was as powerful as a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, that Elder Lu was even more powerful. He had already reached the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Even her father had been injured by him. Deep down in her heart, she really hoped that Yi Chen could help them. However, this hope was too slim. After all, she had experienced how powerful Elder Lu was. Yi Chen couldn't possibly be a match for him. You want to leave? Not so easy. Die. The old man in black robes had a hideous look on his face as he threw a palm attack towards Yi Chun. A huge black palm swooshed across the air, letting out a shrill, heart-wrenching sound. Clang! Yi Chun unsheathed the dragon spring sword and waved it casually